O'Donnell. Agenda item 10E, development permit application number DP 1081 for 6540 Metro Drive. We're adding a delegation from Kevin Ruka. Agenda item 10I, development variance permit application number DVP 343 for 110 and 114 Fry Street. We're adding delegations from Linda Vavra, and then number 2 would be Kevin Ma and Jeff Bazinet. Agenda item 11A, Karen Fry. She will update from Council's motion on 2018 March 12th, re-school board safety meeting. So the report is in front of you there, and there will also be delegations from Allison Evans and Domenico Iandinardo. Sorry. Agenda item 12B, cross-connection control bylaw 2018 number 7249. We're adding a delegation from Leon Cake. And we're adding agenda item 16A, proposed resolution for the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities. And I believe councillors have a number of delegations to add as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add 3 people to 8C, which is the finance and audit with regards to response to health, social, and safety issues that's downtown. And those are Kevin Donaghy, Mercedes pardon me? Corelli. Oh, so close. And Amber McGarth, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're moving those. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I wish to add to page 5, item E, development permit application DP 1081, Mr. Glenn Hill and Mr. Jeff Winley.
Mr. Jeff
Windley.
Windley, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Kipp. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. I would also move that we add an additional delegation for item 10C, Mr. Ian Namath. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Can we have a motion for the agenda, to move the agenda as amended, please? Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carried. So before we get into the meat of the meeting, I need to provide a statement with respect to guidelines of council meeting decorum. Council, the chair, the CAO, the city clerk each have roles and responsibilities at public meetings. Specifically, the mayor or acting mayor, as chair, has the authority and duty to take all measures necessary to ensure meetings comply with the community charter, council procedure bylaw, and workplace laws. Council meetings are open to the public and are both a political and democratic forum, as well as a workplace. Council duties are to ensure that members of the public have a reasonable opportunity to express their views or concerns. Proper rules of order are: only one speaker at a time will have the floor as directed by the chair of the meeting. Please do not interrupt or call out comments while another has the floor. Anyone speaking out without having acknowledged by the chair will be found to be out of order. If that person does not refrain from speaking without having been acknowledged by the chair, then he or she will be required to leave. Secondly, for the members of the public speaking, the comments need to be respectful and constructive. Discriminatory or defamatory comments or comments that are in the nature of harassment will not be tolerated by anyone, and any such person engaging such communications will be found to be out of order. If a speaker is found to be out of order and does not refrain from that commentary, then the speaker will be required to leave. This is a public meeting, and so comments can be considered publication. Under harassment, in terms of comments with respect to city employees, employees of the City of Nanaimo have a right not to be subjected to discriminatory or defamatory comments or personal attacks against their competency or character. All speakers must refrain from such comments about identifiable staff. Comments should be limited to issues regarding the city's policies or operations. Secondly, discriminatory comments under Section 7 of the Human Rights Code prohibits a discriminatory publication because of the race, color, ancestry, place of origin, religion, marital status, family status, physical or mental disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or age. Discriminatory comments will not be tolerated. And lastly, defamation is publication about a person that tends to hurt the person's reputation. Defamatory comments will not be tolerated. Please stick to known facts and keep the dialogue respectful and constructive. So, motion for the adoption of the minutes, please.
So moved. The minutes of Monday, February 19th. Thursday, March 1st. Monday, March 5th.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconding, Councillor Hogg?
Yeah, and
Like, you wish to
discussion.
speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Just on the first set of minutes on the February the 19th meeting, it said that I vacated Shaw Auditorium at 10:55, declaring a perceived conflict of interest, and then returned at 11:01. And then I left again at 11:01, and I returned again at 11:15. I don't think I kind of went in and out so many times. So can we just clarify that I didn't come back at 11:01? And I didn't vacate at 11:01. I think I left at 10:55, and I came back at 11:15, if I do recall. Seems like I came in and out for some reason. I don't remember doing that.
We can make that correction for sure.
Thank you.
Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the Mayor's report. And I'm pleased to state tonight that Council passed a resolution in camera to come forward under the following items. Am I out of order here, Council? Okay. That Council approve release of all reports and minutes from December 17th to today, except for lists of potential third-party sites, and City release a chronology of considerations of all considerations respecting the rapid response to homelessness initiative to date. So over the next few days, we will be publishing a statement on our website which will give the public a clear and concise chronology of events from the start of this conversation with respect to modular housing in our community, and hopefully we'll get a much clearer picture as to what Council's considerations were. So thank you very much. Next item is under administration, Council appointments to the Parcel Tax Roll Review Panel, to be introduced by Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Worship. The purpose of this report is to request that Council appoint no less than 3 council members to the Parcel Tax Roll Review Panel as required under the Community Charter, as well as 1 alternate. So it's recommended that Council amongst yourselves possibly nominate up to 3 plus an alternate for this once a year meeting for the Parcel Tax Review Panel.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I'm not certain which month or when the one date would be, but it may be appropriate, given that this is an election year, to not end the appointment term on December 31st, 2018, but actually end it the day prior to the election, just for paperwork.
We could change the ending date to be the day before the election. It is just for the one meeting in April, I believe, that you need to meet and be a committee for, and there might be some follow-up information, so I wouldn't want it to end sooner than October 19th.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I'm thinking that the inauguration is in November, so perhaps the turnover could be the day before inauguration. But I mean, I'm not really particularly married to any time, but that makes sense to me. And I would volunteer to sit on this.
Thank you. Are there any others? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just through you to staff, who sat on it last year?
Ms. Green.
I was going to say you. To be honest, I don't know. I had a memory of certain counselors, but no, I don't know for sure. Sorry.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. I don't believe it had,
No, it wasn't me.
There was no meeting last week. Did they meet?
Yeah.
So where's the meeting?
So they meet every April. I could look into that. But if for now, this evening, we could just, if 3 of you could volunteer, that would be great, and an alternate.
thank you. For April 12th, Councillor Hong, finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks, Chair. I'm willing to volunteer, but April 12th, unfortunately, is a day I might not be available. I believe that's the start of AVICC, which will affect several of us. Having said that, I don't mind volunteering if things change, but there we go.
So that will need to be taken into consideration. That's a serious issue. So how about I bring this report back next Monday, and I'll have that information that you require, who was on it last year, date changes, as well as see if we can possibly change the date that they meet.
Push your button.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah.
Councillor Wendy Pratt and Councillor Ian Thorpe.
Oh, there you go.
No, wait. No,
It's
it
changing.
says term expired, December 2015.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Curry, thank you very much for that. So motion to refer, please. Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Kep. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. So now, the advisory committee minutes. Is someone prepared to move at least the community task force, please? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Kep. Any discussion, errors, or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Minutes of Finance and Audit.
I'll move the minutes of December 13, 2017, Finance and Audit Committee minutes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes of Public Safety Committee.
I'll move the minutes of the Public Safety Committee meeting held on Thursday, 2018, Jan 4 at 3:30 p.m.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Armstrong and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I'll move the minutes of the Wednesday, January 10, 2018 minutes of the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Beswick and seconded by Councillor Hall. Thank you. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes of the Youth Advisory. Moved by Councillor Hall, seconded by Councillor Beswick. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And
I'll
last but
move
not
the
least,
minutes of the Public Safety Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 1st of February, 2018 at 3:30 p.m.
moved and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is under committee recommendations. And to be introduced, first off, for the Finance and Audit Committee by Councillor Beswick. And the subject matter is response to health, social, and safety issues in the downtown. Councillor Beswick.
Is that on our annotated agenda?
Yes.
And Your Worship,
I don't have green sheets.
before he goes into the recommendations, there is the 4 delegations. So really, you read the first part that Councillor Beswick would read out anyway. So while he finds that, we could possibly have the first delegation, Mr. Matthew O'Donnell, come in.
I was simply going to have Councillor Beswick introduce, not bring the motion to the floor
Okay.
at this point.
I didn't get a copy of the green sheets regrettably, so I'm borrowing Councillor Brennan's. And there was several committee recommendations, in fact, 9 committee recommendations in the response to the health, social, and safety issues as it relates to our downtown as it relates to cleanup and beyond. There is several recommendations from the committee that forms tonight's agenda, and you wish not to have those now?
Not as a motion.
So there are members of the public that wish to address this subject matter as delegations,
Correct.
and you have the list,
I do.
and we'll be inviting those delegations to the podium to speak in relation to the 9 committee recommendations in our response to health, social, and safety issues in the downtown.
Thank you very much. There are 4 delegations. The first one is Mr. Matthew O'Donnell, and you'll each have 5 minutes. And I would ask the gallery to understand that this is a business meeting, and so there'll be no clapping, booing, or any other such from the gallery. Mr. O'Donnell, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matthew O'Donnell. I reside here in Nanaimo. I'm just here to appear as a delegation to just talk about the recommendations that were made by the Finance and Audit Committee last week as it pertains to the housing crisis and the overall homeless issue that's rampant throughout our city. As you're aware, the recommendation from the Finance and Audit Committee, it totals about a little over $350,000, and that's money that's going to go into various programs to essentially assist with people on the ground. I just want to break down that $350,000 really quickly and just to explain, what does $350,000 really get us? So we have enhanced daytime security presence downtown until 11 p.m. That will be at a cost of $74,000. There's going to be an urban cleanup initiative contracted out through the John Howard Society, basically needle cleanup, outreach, etc. That will cost $45,000. Continued support to the extreme weather shelter at the Unitarian Church. That will come at a cost of $45,000 just to keep those services running. There'll be $45,000 worth of rent supplements in support of the Housing First program. That, once again, will be done through John Howard Society as a rent supplement to help people with the extremely rising rent costs here in the city. There will also be 3 additional portable toilets at a cost of $8,200. We've been informed, as in like the homeless community at the front lawn of City Hall there with the Tent City. We were informed by the city that that they would like to actually consult with the residents of Tent City just to make sure that they know where's the most strategic place to place those portable toilets so that mess is mitigated in the downtown core. Additionally, there will be additional safe syringe boxes up to $10,000. Once again, we've been assured that the homeless community will be consulted as to where exactly these safe needle boxes should be placed so that they can be placed in the most strategic location to, once again, minimize the mess on our streets. Additional garbage cans, it says in the report that will come at no additional cost, but once again, we were reassured that there would be consultation with the homeless community. The continuation of the shower program at Caledonia Park up until the end of this year, that will come at a cost of $30,000. And finally, to pursue a partnership to provide a daytime drop-in center for homeless individuals, and that would come at a cost of the city's portion of the proposed cost would come at a cost of $100,000. One thing that really interested me about the drop-in center was just the fact that it's not just a place for the homeless to come during the day to organize their day and get situated, but we've been talking about shower facilities being put into this location, wound treatment for people with drug addictions, rehabilitation programs, etc. So it's all really encouraging news. Now, as you know, I've been representing some of the residents at the Tent City, and in effect, this package directly affects the residents of Tent City. And it's important to note that the residents of Tent City and the community that supports them are looking for their elected officials to take immediate action on this housing crisis. We are looking for immediate solutions with clear and concise results, or clear, concise timelines. So it's really important to have timelines so these people know, that help is coming and when that help is coming. A drop-in center would be a tremendous first step, especially if it featured centralized services. It is difficult for the homeless population to access mental health, rehabilitation, and medical services as they are so spread out throughout the city. It's very difficult for them to even afford a bus ticket to be able to go from one location to another. So if you had it all centralized in a drop-in center, that would do wonders. But the million-dollar question is, will this provide these homeless folks with actual homes? And sadly, the answer is no. I would wish to note at this point as well that there has been significantly less homeless camps on our sidewalks and in our downtown parks. For one, I do a morning walk of the waterfront and I do an evening walk of the waterfront. In the last week, I haven't seen any tents popped up. It's been relatively quiet. And then in the morning when I do my walk, there's not a lot of garbage lying around, which is also a huge positive. And I do believe that the tent city had an immediate impact on that. With that said, we're calling where there's a need for the city to continue to urgently find a suitable location for modular housing. And in the meantime, we must find a place for our homeless population to safely live in peace without bothering the neighborhood around them. It's the human thing to do, and we can absolutely do it. We cannot accept anything less realistically because, like I said, people are suffering on the ground right now, and we do have an opportunity and we do have a chance to do it. The $350,000 package, it's a tremendous first step, but we could definitely be doing some more. So hopefully that the city can continue to work quickly to find a location for that modular housing. And at the same time, we need to start talking about finding a safe space for the homeless population who won't get into modular housing. The fact of the matter is, no matter which side of the fence we're on, they're not going away. They're human beings. Like, we're not going to put them on a cattle barge and send them off into the water. They're here. So we need to figure out a way to A, mitigate the impact on the community at large, but also allow them to live in dignity and in peace and not bother anybody. So I do thank you for your time. And again, great news on the $350,000 package. But at the same time, we can certainly be doing more as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the delegation? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. By the sounds of what you're saying, at the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, you said, and to the media, that you would take down this protest if this was passed Monday and Tuesday morning, you would have it taken down, or Monday night, Tuesday morning. It sounds like by your tone of your voice and what you're saying, not your tone of your voice, but the words that you're saying, that you're going to stay. Is that correct?
Not entirely, no. The agreement that we made last week when the tent city popped up, the reality of it is this was an act of civil disobedience. It's a demonstration. But at the same time, by no means, we have no intention of staying long-term. The agreement that was made when this was brought towards the Finance and Audit Committee, that we would have the discussion. I for one, I'm not homeless. I am a community advocate. In the end, there are about 40 homeless people who live in that tent city, and in the end, it's their decision. We've been keeping them up to date on everything as it goes. And like I said, they all believe this is positive news and it's a positive first step. But at the same time, after this passes, we're going to go back to Tent City and we're going to have a very intense discussion, and we're going to go through everything, and we're going to have a serious conversation of what to do next. But in the end, ultimately, it will depend on the residents of Tent City. But at the same, we will have that discussion, and it will be a productive conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
As I said, it's great to see you and a number of people from outside of the community finally taking an interest in the homelessness issues that have plagued us over these last 3 years. It's great to see people taking that interest now. Are you aware of the many affordable housing projects that are currently in the works in the city?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it's all great news.
Great, thank you. So there is a lot of stuff going on, and it has been. Are you aware of the comprehensive affordable housing strategy that we are developing right now? Have you put in any input into it?
I haven't put any input into it, but when I heard that you're developing it, you couldn't come soon enough, so I welcome that as well.
And that came out as strategic priorities a few years ago, so that's been in the works. And we want it to be comprehensive because it's not just the homeless, it's low-income wage earners, et cetera, et cetera. So now, as to what Councillor Hong said, at the Finance Audit meeting, you said the encampment would be down on Tuesday. And now you've changed that to it might be down on Tuesday?
Well, if we're going to pick apart words, I will stress that I have gone out of my way this week to say that we will have a positive conversation once Council acts on what they say they're going to act on. And we're going to do that in good faith. we're all friends here, and we're all
Yeah.
sharing the community. So
And-
we'll figure it
yeah,
out.
Good. And my last.
But at the same time, these people do need to have homes. I mean, there's plenty of
Well-
social housing projects in Nanaimo, and it's all great. But at the same time, there's 40 people who don't have homes on your front lawn.
Matt,
So-
I've been putting people in housing for years, so
And I respect that.
I get that. The thing under the bridge, the initial people under
Okay,
the
we
bridge.
don't need debate here, gentlemen.
Well, I'm not. I'm just explaining to them about housing and that. The initial one under the bridge, the first people, I had a place for them within about 50 minutes of them setting up, and they chose not to take it, but to
I
make
remember
a statement.
That. I remember that.
Yeah, so there was one other thing I wanted to ask, and it's kind of went out of my mind when I had voices coming into my ear. So I'll leave it for now, but, thanks. Oh, actually, how many of the tents there are from people out of town that came in specifically to do the protest?
Specifically for the demonstration, none that I can think of. I don't know the point of origin of every single homeless person in Nanaimo. However, I've been hearing all these rumor and innuendos about people being trucked in from other cities.
Oh, no.
That's ridiculous. There's homeless people in Nanaimo.
No. Wasn't meaning to
Oh,
say.
yeah, I know.
Wasn't meaning to say you trucked people in, but I know the first day of it there were about 8 tents up, and so,
Absolutely.
thanks.
I think also once, as of the days progressed with the tent city, it became more of a safe space for people in the homeless community. They don't really have to worry about getting robbed or mugged or jumped or anything like that because we've provided a safe space. It's not perfect, but we've provided that.
And one final question: how many people have overdosed at the site at this point? Yeah.
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, we've heard different stories about overdoses happening.
I'm
at
actually
the site.
hearing zero.
Oh,
I would have known.
interesting, because some of the people on the street have been telling me different, so that's great.
Rumors and innuendo are very crazy
Well, no,
sometimes.
overdoses happen.
Okay, if we can move on,
yeah.
gentlemen. Thank you. Question's been asked and answered. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank
Next, the next delegation is Amber McGrath. Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to take a second to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I'm Amber McGrath. I do live in Nanaimo in the South End. What I kind of wanted to discuss today was the fact of the mental health stuff that's going on with the homeless community. I think that having like a drop-in type center that we could have maybe some outreach workers to help maybe have access to some of the mental health resources that we have, or we should have more maybe. I know that's more of a provincial thing, but it's a 3 to 6 month waiting period to get in to see a psychiatrist. Maybe if there was a drop-in center, that maybe there could be a book where people could help keep everybody organized. I mean, if you don't have a house, you don't have a phone, you don't have a family doctor, it's sort of hard to keep track of all that kind of stuff. And there are a lot of people that are in Tent City and as well around the city that have mental health issues. I mean, they're dealing with past traumas and now they're living on the streets, which is creating more trauma. So maybe having access to some counselors and stuff like that, which I think a drop-in center could be really beneficial, to help with that kind of stuff, maybe as well as maybe some people that can help with some rehab or detox. I mean, again, it's more of a provincial thing. I mean, from what I understand from the research I've done, it's like up to 17 months to get into rehab right now. Wow. So it would be good to have some more supports for that. And I think the other, issue with, or a benefit of having a drop-in center, with the mental health stuff, people are being sedated and released, and there's no follow-up care. And if there is follow-up care, again, if you don't have a home and you don't have a phone, how do we get hold of these people to say, are you okay? And that's a big thing. If you go into the ER right now, with my own personal experience with family members, in a full-on psychosis, I've had an ER doctors, stitch and staple somebody that hurt themselves very badly, give them Ativan and say, take them home. And they were lucky to have a place to go, but some of these people don't. So I think that, some sort of drop-in center and some sort of resources so that we can help would be really, really beneficial, because basically they're in a cycle of downward, and it's not, and nobody's getting lifted up. So, yeah, I just think that more resources with this drop-in center would be really beneficial. So, thanks.
Thank you. So there's no questions for you. I just wanted to ask you if you can make sure that you make yourself available after this meeting, so that we don't lose touch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate the work you've been doing out there.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
The next speaker is Kevin Donaghy.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Thanks for having me added to the agenda last minute. So again, as I mentioned last week, I'm kind of here also in the capacity with SOLID, the Society of Living Intravenous Drug Users. As many of you might have known, it did come up last week quite a bit. People wanted to discuss the organization and what we're doing in Nanaimo, as it may also be an initiative that other organizations are working on similarly in a similar vein. And when it comes to funding those sorts of projects, we spoke right after the representative from Pauline Herrera spoke, and there was a lot of effort and interest, anyways, on the part of council to address the work that we're doing in Nanaimo. I did reach out to city staff to try and see if there was an opportunity to engage in a conversation about that. And I haven't heard anything back. But again, I'd like to say tonight, too, just starting this presentation, that I'm very interested in speaking with City Council and City staff about the opportunities that might exist to help, with the needle exchange, with the community cleanup, providing an opportunity for drug users in the community to be part of that. What differentiates the organization that I'm representing tonight, as well as the homeless community at large, is that it's about a spectrum of participation, right? And although there's a spectrum of peer engagement, and the focus that this organization sort of has is about providing empowerment for drug users. It's not just about feedback and consultation or peer programming per se, but actually empowering it. SOLID's been part of that network of drug user advocacy groups. So it's nothing for us without us. It's run by drug users, and it's run by people with lived experience. So that being said, the reason that I kind of feel like it's important to talk about it too is the Tent City did spring out of a discussion with one of the outreach volunteers. The organization, as I said, it represents the people that comprise it, right? So when there was interest in acknowledging the housing crisis, the perceived homelessness problem in Nanaimo, and in light of the $7.25 million in provincial funding that was lost, one of the volunteers said that this is an issue that she wanted to spearhead a protest about, and we made that happen on Monday. And when we set up the tents at 8 a.m., there was some talk about how many people down there are actually homeless. 96% of the people down there are homeless. There's been 2 or 3 of us at most staying at night just to help be there in solidarity, but for the most part, it is people who are homeless. And it is people from Nanaimo. Oftentimes in the discussion, I hear, it's people from outside of Nanaimo. It's really important to acknowledge that a vast majority, and I know a lot of them on a first name basis, and in my interactions with them in the work that I do, right? And the vast majority of them are from Nanaimo, and they belong here, right? They have just as much right to be here as anybody else in the city does. In terms of the overdoses, the number of overdoses that have happened at Tent City, I've been there as much as I can be. I know other people have been there as much as they can be. I don't know that there's been 0, but there may be 1 or 2, but they were attended to very quickly. Right, there's an naloxone on site, and there's an understanding amongst the community too that drug users know what's best in terms of providing harm reductions to their peers. I really do believe that. I think that with regards to the modular housing project in Chase River, that was sort of abandoned. I felt like City Council could have done more when they were put on the firing line by that community group in Chase River. There was an opportunity to sort of stand up and say that we address your concerns. We're willing to work with you on trying to mitigate the problems as they happen, but that this development has to happen in the light of the urgent need for more affordable and supportive housing. The wait list to get into places like Wesley Street, Uplands Drive, etc., Boundary Crescent across the city, it's just, they're pages long, right? They're years long wait. When I call BC Housing for clients to try and get them into housing, there's no timeline. I'm like, is it going to be 4 years? They say, we can't actually tell you how long it's going to be because it's longer than that. So for people who need housing immediately, there's a need for that in Nanaimo. There's a need to make sure that, when council is put on the firing line by community groups, that those issues are heard and there's an opportunity to discuss it, but it isn't just shut down immediately. Because in similar situations in the past, when these other projects went up, there was adversity. There was public adversity to it as well. But City Council stood up and sort of said that this is, we hear your complaints and we hear the reasons why, but that this is an issue that has to be dealt with immediately, right? I'm very excited about the prospect for a drop-in center in Nanaimo, because that's an issue that the homeless here face, as they do elsewhere in cities across Canada, but where they're pushed from social service provider to social service provider. They're able to utilize the services of that one place before they have to leave within an hour and a half. And it's no fault of the social service providers that are, providing the services to the homeless in Nanaimo, but there isn't somewhere for people to just, as Matt said, just sort of ground themselves, organize themselves for their day, that sort of thing. And when I talk to people what they need to kind of get a foot up, housing's first, but in lieu of the...
I need you to wrap up, sir.
Right. In lieu of housing, the drop-in center is really, really great. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Questions for the delegation? Councillor Fuller.
Lucky me. Are you aware of any of the other outreach teams coming by the encampment? Like, there's a number of VHA teams. Have they been coming by?
They have been on a regular basis, yeah.
Awesome. That's good to hear. With regards to a conversation, might I suggest you get in touch with John Horn with the City of Nanaimo and ask if he can put you on the agenda to speak at the next Homeless Coalition meeting?
Yeah, I will do that.
And
I've reached out to John,
solid.
but haven't heard back yet. I imagine it's been a busy week, so.
Yeah, well, keep on it.
I will.
Good stuff. You're absolutely right with regards to the housing. I mean, the thing with the Wesley, Uplands, and Boundary maybe not so much, but there's a possibility, is there are people ready to move on from those places that have now used them to the best of their capability and now could move on to other housing, and it's just not there. You're absolutely right, and many other services are needed, detox treatment, so keep on that as well. The detox and treatment is a huge issue, to be able to ladder from one to the other and then into housing as well. It's huge. So thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir.
Really quickly on that, too, with regards to peer participation and things like that, too, engaging the community and being part of that process with increasing access to detox, right? I mean, a lot of the peers that I talk to, they're already doing the harm reduction distribution. They're already detoxing their friends and things like that, right? Because of a lack of access to the services, right? Yeah. Or requirements of the detox program that a lot of people aren't willing to take. But anyways, thanks very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mercedes Cortorelli. Good evening.
Hello. Thank you so much for letting me speak today and getting me in last minute. My name is Mercedes Cortorelli, and I've been camping out this past week outside City Hall in Tent City in solidarity. I'm here to speak as a concerned private citizen. I'm here to relay my experience from the past week. I think it's extremely important to emphasize, though, that myself and the people you saw speaking before me were just a mouthpiece. Some of the people that are sitting behind us and the people that are living at Tent City are who are responsible for this amazing movement. On one of my first days out there, I was speaking with someone from the homeless community, and they were telling me about how this community has some of the most talented, kind, and caring people in it. And my response to him was, of course, there are kind and talented, empathetic people in this community because we're all humans, and human beings are kind and talented and empathetic. This is, I think, what a lot of people don't understand. The stigma behind experiencing homelessness prevents us from seeing them as fellow human beings and including them in our community. It is a dehumanization tactic that has been seen throughout history in regards to marginalized people. The best example of this is when humans used to own slaves. We dehumanized them so that we didn't have to feel badly about treating them poorly. This is still practiced to an extent towards people experiencing homelessness. We dehumanize them and ostracize them from our community so that we don't have to feel bad about having more or treating them poorly. I honestly am so unbelievably tired and sore this past week from sleeping outside and trying to work full-time. I had to take a night off and sleep in my own bed. I couldn't even make it one full week. I can't even begin to understand what it's like, as I get to go home in the morning and shower and cook food in my kitchen and go to the bathroom in a bathroom. Can you imagine how demoralizing it is to be unable to even use the bathroom in a private space? This past week, I've seen this community fight so hard and work together to keep this protest going. There have been ups and downs. It's difficult to live with one roommate, let alone 30. But overall, I've seen such an amazing movement of people who are passionate and fighting so hard to just have a warm place to sleep. At the council meeting last week, I saw many people shocked at the high number of people experiencing homelessness in Nanaimo. This number is not new. You just haven't seen them. Which would you prefer, human beings being forced to hide in shame and isolated in the woods so we don't have to see them? Or would you prefer helping your fellow human being who is down on their luck and getting them back on their feet, helping them become a contributing member of society? Providing people with housing is literally the least that we can do. We need to follow the lead of cities like Medicine Hat, Alberta, who have all but eliminated homelessness by providing housing. By a simple Google search, you can see the entire 5-year plan that Red Deer, Alberta has put in place to eradicate homelessness and provide its people with housing. As Nanaimo grows, the housing crisis will also continue to grow, and Nanaimo needs to grow with it. The current status quo is not working. This is a crisis and needs to be treated as such. The answers we continue to get is this takes time and the government moves slowly. This is unacceptable as it is a crisis and it can't move at government pace. I'm not pretending to know anybody's story here, but I can't help but wonder if each and every one of you had someone you loved living on the streets, how much time this would actually take. The housing crisis in Nanaimo, that Nanaimo is facing, is a smaller part of a larger problem. Access to affordable rehabilitation centers and more accessible mental health resources also need to be addressed. But this housing crisis needs to be brought to the forefront as it has always existed, and it isn't going anywhere soon unless we do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller, question for you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a business meeting here, please.
Quick question for you, Mercedes. You helped out at the overdose prevention site too, didn't you? Mm-hmm. I recognize you. And Kevin, I believe, was there as well. Yeah. So, I mean, it's fantastic to see young people getting active in these issues. Like I say, I've been doing this for 20 plus years, but I was far older than you are when I got involved because I spent 22 plus years being one of those people that everybody dislikes so much. So I really appreciate you coming forward. I really appreciating your activism, and I hope to see more young people get active in the community. I too hate bureaucracy.
I hope to see everybody get more active in the community, as It's really just a Google search away, or going to your local shelter, or just walking downtown, or talking to somebody and having the conversation, talking about these issues such as the housing crisis, such as addiction, such as mental health. It all just helps slowly and just decrease the stigma, because the stigma and shame is literally killing people, especially when it comes to the opioid crisis. The BC Coroner's report from 2017 that was released, it was over 1,000 overdose-related deaths this year in British Columbia, and 90% of the people that died by themselves in their own homes. The shame of using is literally killing people. 0% of the people that died in overdose prevention sites. When we can work as a community, and not just young people, everybody can work together, we slowly reduce the stigma, and we can stop ostracizing people from communities and all work together, because it's in all of our best interest. When we're at work and you have one coworker that's having a hard time, it brings the whole workplace down. That happens in our community too.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further questions. Councillor Beswick.
So, Council wishes to bring forward from the Finance and Audit Committee and recommend that Council approve the following recommendations. And would you like me to read each of them? Would Council prefer that they be seriatim? How would you like to deal with this?
I would like them to be read out for the benefit of the people that don't have them in front of them.
Thank you.
I don't see any issue with us voting on them as a block.
Then I will read all of them. Number 1, continuation of daytime security services via contract with enhanced hours. 2, urban cleanup initiative, twice weekly. 3, continue annual support to the extreme weather shelter at 595 Townsite Road and direct staff to approach the province of British Columbia to request additional funding in order for the shelter to remain open at existing hours year-round. Provision of rent supplements in support of Housing First program for homeless individuals. Provision of 3 portable toilets in the downtown area. 6, additional safe syringe disposals and direct staff to increase the funding for syringe boxes up to $10,000. 7, additional garbage cans placed at key locations. 8, continue provision of shower facilities for homeless individuals, and pursue partnerships. Number 9, to provide a daytime resource center for homeless individuals, and that council allocate up to $100,000 per year toward a daytime drop-in resource center in the 2018 budget cycle, and proceed with determining potential locations for the resource center and report back to council.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fuller. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through you to staff, why does 1 to 5 have no value, and then 6 has a $10,000 value, and 7 and 8 don't have value, and 9 has a $100,000 value? Can we try to be consistent with, I think, having the numbers out, especially on how it affects the budget? I know that we discussed this at the Finance and Audit with the recommendations, but I think financial numbers are prudent for the people that are watching tonight to see how much money this is costing. Is that possible just with the recommendations?
Your Worship, part of the answer is you had the comprehensive report in front of you at Finance and Audit with the individual line items with the budget. There were some changes made by council, so I think what we've done here in the amended motion here is reflecting where there was an addition or an alteration by the members of the Finance and Audit Committee at that time. So, for example, the $10,000 for item 6, it was a smaller figure in staff's original report, and number 9 was simply staff's recommendation was not to allocate the money at this time. The members of the committee recommended otherwise. So that's to put that number in the budget. We can certainly go through each item and talk about the budget if you desire.
It's just good for the public to see this when we're doing this, especially as if somebody missed that meeting, just having the numbers there. I don't need the whole report, but having the numbers attached to each or a budget implication would help. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Well, I'm definitely going to support the motion. One of the things that I really like about this is the allocation of $100,000 per year in this budget cycle as opposed to the next budget cycle towards a drop-in, because that will really spur on the process for getting one in place. There's already work happening on that, but this adds to that and should really spur it on. So I'm hoping the sooner the better.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I realize that this subject matter will come up in item 11 later, but as it relates to one of our delegations that was here a week ago, in relation to the work that they do with the funding that they receive in terms of cleanup and so on, and we spoke to communicating, and we spoke to how important it was that people didn't do things in silos, and so that we weren't redundant and overlapping in certain areas on certain days. So I was really disappointed to hear this evening from a delegation that reached out to us, and we didn't reach back in relation to how to best utilize the resources and the people and the personnel and the resources that we have to fulfill our city's goals and objectives with the school board and with all other stakeholders. So I was disappointed to learn that individual and his partner weren't invited to participate in that meeting that took place on Thursday. And I just want to leave that note there that I don't think it's too late and I'm sure we'll get this on item 11 when it comes later, but it's related to this. So I'm just a little bit disappointed, and I'll reserve more comments for item 11 when it arrives. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll certainly support these recommendations, and I think we have to give credit to our staff for moving fairly quickly, reasonably quickly on this for some at least short-term improvements to the situation, because it's a very serious issue, as we all know. And I think that our staff has been working very hard on a number of issues recently, and I give them credit for the effort that they've put into coming forward with this tonight so that we can move it forward. And I'm especially pleased about the ninth recommendation. I think, as Councillor Fuller mentioned, the funding towards the Daytime Drop-In Resource Centre. I think that's going to be the next really important step in our strategy. So I look forward to more about that, hopefully in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too want to thank our staff for working really diligently on this and being responsive to council and to the community. And I want to thank the community for supporting these measures and giving us a little extra push when I think we needed it. These 9 recommendations are a major shift for this council. We haven't seen this kind of effort in this area for a long time, if we have ever seen this kind of movement on the part of council. So that's good to see that we can move when challenged, and certainly we have been challenged in the way that we have responded or not responded in the past, Your Worship. So I'm most happy to support these, to see the emphasis that council is putting now on the health and safety of all of our community and responding to the needs of everyone in this community and making them, each individual, as important as the next. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item under Corporate Services, Parks and Trail Parcel Tax Bylaw. And who's introducing this? Ms. Mirza.
The purpose of this report is to introduce the parcel tax preparation bylaw 2018 number 7260 for the first, second, and third readings. What this allows us to do is to put the parcel tax on the property tax notice in May. Thank
you very much. Recommendation on, I see no delegations on this one. Recommendation on page 62. Councillor Armstrong. Acting Mayor.
Recommendation that parcel tax roll preparation bylaw 2018 number 7260 to allow preparation of the parcel tax roll related to the regional district of Nanaimo parcel tax for regional parks and trails pass first reading.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I always have an issue with this one, and if I'm to understand this correctly, this is for the regional district. Have we actually bought, not to be greedy, but have we actually bought any parks in the city of Nanaimo? Or I get that these are on the outskirts and stuff like that, but have we benefited from paying into this every year at all? From staff's recommendations? Or?
I'm not certain that our staff can answer that, Councillor. Councillor Brennan?
We bought Mount Benson.
That's not in our area. That's
it isn't, but we benefit from that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, hands down, we benefit from.
Well, they benefit from our parks and pools too, though.
And that's where this bylaw, this parcel tax was implemented in order that we buy Mount Benson Park. This was designed specifically so that we could spread the cost across the region, because everyone that lives in this region knows how important Mount Benson is to us. So in answer to your question, have we benefited? Yes. Have we benefited a lot? Of course.
Again, to my point, that I get that we benefit, parks benefit everybody. So do our arenas and our fields. With the amount that this has increased, when it started at $10, now it's 14. They try to push it, and we stop that. My question is, from $10 to $15, have we increased our field usage as a trade-off and arenas for the outside area? Have we increased it by that much? Like, by this math, it looks like it's pretty much 40%. So have we increased our fees by 40%? Because we pay a bulk of this. We have the most amount of parcels. And I get that we're helping and we're contributing to the regional district, but I like to see Nanaimo get its fair share, and the people in Lantzville, Cedar, area A, B, C, D, E, F, G, pay for more of our facilities that we have to pay. Especially when our DCCs aren't going to be covering some of these fields, we're going to have to relook at how we're going to get some of that money to offset some of these costs so it doesn't fall directly on the city of Nanaimo. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Mercer, correct me if I'm wrong. You're simply passing through the motion that was passed at the regional district. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So perhaps some of these questions need to be asked at the regional district. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Nobody's wrong. Councillor Hong makes very good points. Councillor Brennan makes very good points. We didn't purchase the entirety of Mount Benson, but portions thereof. And the question about fees for service as it relates, many years ago, it was that trade-off. And the trade-off contribution was what is contributed by our federation, known as the Regional District of Nanaimo, contributing to Port Theatre, to the amount that they pay to our Parks and Rec, to the city for the use of our facilities, and whether or not, and I think this is Councillor Hong's point, I'm not sure, whether or not that's kept up, whether or not that's been equitable. And I know in speaking with the Director of Parks and Recreation several months ago about when are we going to review that contribution from Cedar, Gabriola, Lantzville, and so on and so forth, because it's probably timely that we do. And so I'm hopeful that before too long that Parks and Rec will come to us through finance with some recommendations as it relates to increasing those contributions from the outside areas. So I don't know if that's anywhere in the priority queue right now, but I certainly hope that it is. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
So now I'm really happy that I'm on this parcel tax review committee. This is $14 in a year that city taxpayers are asked to pay per parcel. It's not a huge amount of money, and it is related to, and I'm quoting here, the regional district parcel tax for regional parks and trails. So that's what it applies to, is regional parks and trails. We put this money with every other area or municipality within the district. We pool our money and we buy things that are of a regional significance. I've certainly seen the regional district turn down requests from different areas saying, well, we'd like to buy this piece of property and call it a regional park, and the RDN members will say, no, that's not regional, that's specific to just your area. So there is thought put into this, Your Worship. So I guess I get a little bit incensed sometimes when we try to market ourselves in terms of the parks and the trails and the beaches that we have, and then we find $14 a year is just a little too much. You know, maybe it's $4 too much because it started at 10 and now we've added $4 over the last 8 years. So I just we need to really understand how the decisions that we make link The decisions that we make in terms of parcel tax for parks and trails regionally is a decision that impacts what we decide to do in terms of our tourism, in terms of our own lifestyle quality. So I really don't want to spend time debating whether $12 or $14 per lot is too much, because it certainly isn't in the grand scheme of things. And the place to argue this, the place to make the difference here, the place to say, no, it's too much, is at the regional district, where we all sit. That's the place you make your argument and say, this is too much. You're all sitting there. We could all put our hands up and say, no way, that's it, that's enough. No more parks for us. Let's try it.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Well, this is the place to debate for me where Nanaimo money goes. And we never, and I've asked for months now to sit down and talk about our RDN strategies, because we spend, I think this year is $19 million in taxes out there. It's a tax requisition like this is. It comes, we pass a bylaw. People don't even really know what parks it was for. It's easy to look up. But this is where we talk about our citizens being taxed. And this is almost taxation. And if we don't debate it here at this table and take our motions out there like the Federation does, our electoral area people meet regularly just as electoral area to talk about their needs. Parksville talks about it, but we don't, and I've asked a number of times. But just on that, Big Qualicum River Regional Trail, Horn Lake Regional Trail, Lighthouse, Moorcroft, we bought Moorcroft a couple of years, Englishman River Regional Park, Top Bridge Regional Trail, Benson Creek Falls Regional Park, Mount Benson Regional Park, Nanaimo River Regional Park, Trans-Canada Trail Overview, Trans-Canada Trail North and South, Park 707 Community Park, and then other recreational trails, Big Qualicum Hatchery, Nile Creek, McCall Trails, Nile Creek, McCall Road Trails South and North. So we have spent that money, I believe, wisely. I've gone to a lot of these parks. I use them all the time. I go out to the River Hatchery and do the regional trails, Beachcomber Regional Park, all of those little parks are there. But the other side is what does the city as a council really want from the Federation? We don't talk about it. We go out there and some raise our hands. And many of you know I've raised my hands in the negative out there on the raising of taxes going from 18 million to 24 million in 4 years. So I have talked about that out there, but it's not broadcast. The public doesn't, I don't even know if the public knows how much we do in the regional district. I'm not even certain the public knows we're part of the regional district. So it is important for us to talk about it. We need taxation by representation and the knowledge of that. And to just say this isn't the place to debate up to $20,000 or $20 million going out from our taxpayers just on a requisition. I try out there and I'll try here too. But I support the idea of a parcel tax. And we do pay a lot of the percentage out there. For example, if we give $300,000 out there to an entity, we pay $157,000 of that. So when the RDN offers, say, $300,000 to NRE, our taxpayers pay 57% of that. So they need to know that. And this is where they hear that. They don't hear it out there. So thank you. But I support the parcel tax, even though it's creeping up. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Armstrong.
Parcel tax roll preparation bylaw 2018, number 7260, pass second reading.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Parcel tax roll preparation bylaw 2018, number 7260, pass third reading.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one is under Public Services. It's 2018 Strategic Direction for the Public Works and Engineering Committee, to be introduced by Mr. Bill Sims, Director of Public Works and Engineering.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your report in front of you is just to consider for Council's consideration for the Engineering Public Works Committee. A committee of Council considered its strategic directions for this year on its meeting of January 23rd.
Thank you very much. Is there a mover for the recommendation?
I'll move the recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Thorpe. Is there a seconder? Oh, pardon me.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Any discussion? Councillor Bestwick.
Mr. Sims, if I just might ask for a little bit of clarity on limiting the use of carburetors and flushable wipes in the city of Nanaimo. Just wondering how we're going to go about that. And if you could help me better understand that. And then number two, implementing residential composting for multifamily units. Is that condo units with significant number of units in them? And if it is, could you please help me better understand how we're going to accomplish that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And through you to Councillor Bestwick's questions, I think those are good questions. These were brought up without a lot of brainstorming at the committee's level. But, for example, the carburetors and flushable wipes is an issue that our citizens are passing on to the new wastewater treatment plant at the regional district, which creates havoc within the sewer system. So many communities across North America are sort of taking campaigns to stop carburetors, stop flushable wipes. This is an invisible problem. People just sort of grind their compost. We provide a green bin service. There's no reason that can't be applied. And it kind of does relate to the residential composting in multifamily. And it would be to support or educate sort of multiple units, any of the condominiums in the downtown core as an example, to set up a composting program. And this is actually being asked for by members of the condominiums to get this going. So it is still to be deliberated by the committee, but this is what they'd like to consider.
Thank you. Am I even on?
You're on.
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. Sims, the question that I have then about carburetors, is that something in our BC building code? So if it's an issue, it's causing us grief invisibly by virtue of using those things, and we're going, okay, we're going to encourage people not to and compost or get rid of it at curbside, or however we're going to do that. Would there be a provision that says all new builds, no carburetors? And I don't know if we're allowed to do that or not, if that's a form of censorship or something or whatever, I'm not sure. But it would seem to me if it's costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars, it must, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. And if we don't start to mitigate that and put a stop to it, it's going to cost us even more. So the only way to stop it is to stop allowing people to install carburetors at the end of the day.
Correct. I would say that part of it would be, Mr. Lindsay's just indicated it's not part of the building code, but I think it's possible that council could add it to its building bylaw to prevent the installation of carburetors. But this may be something that starts with the public education program and starts to build public awareness.
So it might be one of those things, though, to me, that if you're going to build a 50-unit or 100-unit place and they're all going to have carburetors in them, we should be saying we'd really encourage the developer not to include that. Put a nicer finish on your sink. Don't put in a carburetor. We don't like them here, and here's why. So anyway, it just seemed to make sense to me.
Yeah. Councillor Brennan.
So thank you to Councillor Bestwick for sort of zeroing in on this. I think that the kind of suggestions that you made would be the kinds of things that we would talk about in the committee about how the city of Nanaimo might proceed on abandoning the use of carburetors. And I think it first starts with education and encouraging those units that we have in the city that have carburetors not to use them, but instead to default to the green bins. And so those kinds of things, that's what the committee wants to talk about. And I know that there's one of the major high-rise condos in town where the strata is actively encouraging the residents in the condo to stop using the carburetors, even though they're in there for their use. So Those are the kinds of things that this committee wants to kind of tackle about how we might educate the community, encourage it without rules and regulations at the onset.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Sims, you're not getting away that easy. Can you share with us an event happening this Thursday in cooperation with the Regional District of Nanaimo?
I'd be delighted to. Thank you. It's certainly on our website, the Regional District's website, as part of the sort of overall Water to Earth Month. We're kicking it off this week, this Thursday, on World Water Day, and with a watershed tour and a water treatment plant tour. So that's among a number of events that will be occurring over the month and ending with Earth Day on April 22nd.
Thank you very much. If you've never been to the watershed or the water treatment plant, it is a must-do. So look up on our website. There'll be details of that on the website. Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Sure.
The next one is a covenant amendment application number CA6 at 6975 Island Highway North, and it's to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay, Director of Community Development.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is an application for an amendment to an existing covenant. The subject property is 6975 Island Highway North, but people probably recognize it better as sort of the last property before you leave the city of Nanaimo. It's the vacant property right behind the Michaels Mall. There's an air photo on your overhead. The property was rezoned a number of years ago now. At that time, it was contemplated to be significant commercial development. So at that point, there was a covenant that was registered on the property that, in addition to securing $175,000 towards improvements on Mary Ellen, it also secured improvements to overall access. And there's actually a image, I think it's on page 88 of your agenda, as part of the covenant, that shows that all of these potential improvements that were to be secured as part of having a functional commercial development there. Excuse me. What has occurred in the interim is there's a new ownership group, and they're taking a very different approach to the property. We now have an active application for a 146-unit purpose-built rental development, so no longer commercial. And with the movement from commercial to residential, we see a significant drop in the traffic demands and therefore the improvements to the road networking. So we're here this evening to request an amendment or approval for an amendment to the existing covenant. These off-site improvements will no longer be required for access. We will still, however, be securing the $175,000 that will go towards improvements along Mary Ellen. Your Worship, because this is not amending the use or density that was restricted by the covenant, we are recommending that it not be forwarded to the public hearing, and this is in accordance with Council's procedure bylaw.
Thank you very much. It's requested that Council can hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to CA6 at 6975 Island Highway North. And for the second time, and for the third and final time. Seeing no one, someone move the recommendation. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Lindsay. Just so I'm clear, Mr. Lindsay, this is really a change only from the use of the property from commercial to residential, and the covenant basically does not change. Is that correct?
Your Worship, the fundamental change in the covenant is that this option one image that's on the screen here this evening will no longer be part of the covenant. So those sort of additional improvements to the road networking to get vehicles on and off the property will no longer be required. But we still believe it's important to secure the $175,000 towards improvements on Mary Ellen, which could include future controlled access at Mary Ellen to help with the traffic situation.
So we'd still get the 175, and it would still go towards improvements to transportation.
That is correct. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Mr. Lindsay, I didn't catch how many units?
We have the first phase, first half of the property, and they have a proposal for 146 units.
first phase, so multiple phases, how many units?
We don't have a detailed design for the second half, but I would guess approximately similar number of units.
Thank you. And so just finally, when we speak to that, the fundamental change is that the use of that site won't be accessed for retail or commercial. It will be accessed for, clearly, obviously, living. So will there be opportunity to speak to parking? Will there be opportunity to speak to accessible units in what could arguably be 300 units? Things that we've talked about previously for new developments. I'm happy with where we are with the 175, but I need to ask the questions now about parking, and which will impact accessibility, like it or not, visitors and all of those things. And if any portion of these builds will have, and I'm guessing it's too early, for underground parking, for a host of questions that we typically get to at some point in the process.
And Your Worship, I think what's important to note is this is just the covenant amendment, and that process is still yet to come. So we do have an active development permit, form and character, which will look at the issues such as parking, and that DP will come in front of council. I don't have a date for you at this point, but I hope that in the near future you'll have the development permit in front of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Covenant Amendment Application Number CA7 at 4745 Ledgerwood Road, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. This is also an application to amend an existing covenant that was registered on these lands a number of years ago as part of a previous rezoning. Unlike the previous application, this is actually an application to vary density. So they're applying to amend the covenant to go from 114 to 120 units. So as such, in accordance with your policy, if it passes this evening, the next step would be to proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to ask a question of the clerk with respect to requesting anyone to speak on this matter.
So that was an error on the one before, and you didn't have to do that on the one before. So this one's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Thorpe and seconded by Councillor Brennan. Any discussion? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through to staff on just page 92, it says $400 unit community contribution. Is that anything like our $1,000 a door thing? Or is that something different? What is this?
The $400 would have been the original number we had per door. Council's policy to increase it to 1,000 was done, I think, maybe 5 years ago. So this would have predated the current policy.
So now that we're coming for an amendment, can we charge them $1,000 a door? It's new. This is in 95. It's $400. For us to give them $400 a door when it was in 1995 doesn't seem right to me. They should be paying if they're building today, they should be paying what the rate is. So I can't support $400 a door. That doesn't make any sense to me. So can we address that still, or how does that work?
Your Worship, I believe if that's an important item for council, then I think the appropriate direction would be to refer this back to staff.
Motion to refer.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hong and seconded by Councillor Kipp. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is development permit application number DP 1060 at 1205 Ocean Pearl Terrace, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a form and character development permit on the subject property. As outlined in the report, it's a 29-unit rental apartment building and a separate 5-plex unit. There are variances for both the height and the front yard setback, as outlined in the report.
Thank you. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Hong. Discussion. Councillor Hong.
Oh, sorry, that's...
Okay, Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I just want staff to clarify for me. It says that this, on the first page under background, second paragraph, it says the site slopes down approximately 15 meters to a plateau where a stream runs across the southeast corner of the property. Does the plan conform with our riparian restrictions?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is development permit application number DP 1081 at 6540 Metro Drive, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay, and we do have a delegation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this is a form and character development permit for an exciting project at 6540 Metro Drive. I think I highlighted this application when I did my year-end review to you just a few weeks ago. So it's an application for an infill project in our town center for mixed use. Building A is 66 units and just over 100 square meters of commercial floor area. Building B, 32 units. There are variances that are being requested to both the heights, the setback, the parking, and the loading space required for the commercial.
Yeah. Councillor Armstrong, did you have a question for Mr. Lindsay?
Yes, I do. But I can wait till you move the motion if you want.
Thank you. We have a delegation. Sorry? Yeah. We have a delegation. Mr. Kevin Rooker. Is Mr. Rooker in the audience? Seeing none, seeing no one, is there possible to get someone to move the recommendation, please? Moved by Councillor Hong and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I have a concern as usual on the parking spaces. If you look at the total of people that could be living there, we're looking at 138 with 108 parking spaces, and then they want it decreased. Is there going to be any visitor parking spaces? If not, where do your visitors go? We see 5 handicaps, and are they covered or, oh, never mind, they're 70 are all underground. But I have a concern about the parking limitations once again. We just spent time with community members who are getting isolated because they can't have anybody over because there's no parking spots for people that live. So it's my concern, the parking.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
The only problem I have, I'm glad we're getting some residential in this area, but the concern is always is the intrusion of residential into a historic commercial or industrial area and what comes with that. So the people next to the buildings, say the top northeast corner of the property where the building is, it's backed right onto a very highly commercial area. But I appreciate the fact that we need housing in that area, but it's always a concern to me when you have a historic industrial commercial area and you start to move residents in, because then they start to complain about the odors, the smells, the sound, the noise, and that's a concern, but I'm happy to see that we're getting some mixed-use housing in that area. Just a concern.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on what Councillor Armstrong said. I'm getting 98 units with a total of 108 parking stalls, so there is a parking stall for every resident. So I just clarification from what Councillor Armstrong said.
If it's a 2-bedroom unit, 2 cars.
Okay.
I just think 60 is a huge decrease. 61 is a huge decrease. No visitor parking. Where are they going to park? There's no roadway parking. And then you're onto private property, which creates another issue.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Like Councillor Kipp, I like this development. It kind of fits the criteria that we have for densification. It's obviously it's on transit lines. It's got lots of shops and shopping opportunities, food stores, those kinds of things. So it kind of hits the mark on densification in certain hub areas. That's good. I don't mind the, if in fact it is a reduction in parking, I don't mind that, because the reason that we put in our policies that we encourage densification near transit lines, near shopping centers, is in order to move people so that we aren't so reliant on the car. So, and I'll just tell you that yesterday I drove from Victoria up to here, and at some point along that nightmare at Colwood, I thought to myself, what an absolute travesty this is, that we've taken this beautiful island and we have laid this strip of concrete and asphalt from one end to the other only in order to accommodate the car. And unless we make a shift in the way we think, then we're not going to have all the green space left that we're paying $14 a parcel for.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Brennan's philosophy on on transportation, but I also am concerned about the reality of not enough parking, and the reduction of 60 or 61 units is extremely high to me. And I guess my question, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff, is on a related topic. Can Mr. Lindsay help me understand at this point in the process how exit and entry to this project might look, or do we know that yet? Because that's a fairly almost dangerous curve.
It's very dangerous.
So I have some concern around how the entry to this project and the egress might look.
Your Worship, I would maybe ask that if we could pull up page 119 in the agenda. So when the if we just zoom out just a little bit maybe, when this property was developed or subdivided in conjunction with the neighboring properties, there was reciprocal easements that were put in place. So as you can see here, it's somewhat difficult to see, but you can see that there's an access through the neighboring properties, and in fact there's a shared access with the commercial development immediately to the east. So the primary access would be on the lower right there, where the existing access is, and then there's to be a secondary access up through the commercial development to the north.
So if I may, thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I did see that. I just didn't clearly understand it.
Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Worship. We missed two delegations that had been added late, and maybe we could give them the opportunity if they wanted to come up and speak as well. It was Glenn Hill and Jeff Windley, I believe, for the two delegations added.
Thank you very much for reminding us. Is Mr. Hill or Mr. Windley wishing to speak?
So thank you again for adding us late. We do appreciate that. The reason I asked...
Your name is, sir?
Pardon me? Oh, sorry, I'm Jeff Windley.
Thank you.
Originally, I had asked to be added in case there was some questions, which obviously there are some questions now. And to address a few of them, I guess the parking thing can be dealt with in a number of ways. And we're still working through different ideas as to how to mitigate that. I think based on the size of the units, we can actually sell the stalls separately. Not everybody's going to want a stall. I've experienced in other projects where there's always extra ones and people are actually sub-renting them out. So there's a couple micro units, so I don't think they necessarily need one. So I think we can work our way through some of those things. We are following the new proposed parking bylaw for our count, and we've met that. We can designate specific stalls as visitor parking, so at least that's done. And the way where we would do it would probably be out front of the buildings. There's also the commercial space, but there's ample parking within the area after hours for with all the parking lots and stuff that are there. So we don't think that's going to be that big of an issue. I think it's a great project. I think it's going to work out really well for the neighborhood, similar to what Jim Kipp was commenting on. You don't know how it's going to react, but there's so much development going on there these days with stores and shops and stuff, which I think the two are going to meld together really well. And it's going to be interesting to see as Nanaimo's shifting. So if you guys have any other questions, I would love the opportunity to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, just to follow up, so you said, because I agree, there's lots of private businesses there, but that is private property. So would you be making agreements with the private companies that own those parking lots so that can be done? Because, next thing you're going to know, you have a visitor there and their car's towed because they don't want you parking there.
I think you got to see how things go. Like, everyone kind of shares the space, so again, we'll have to see. I know one of the things we've agreed to add is some more access for pedestrians. So we're hoping and wanting to encourage more walkable projects. So,
and just follow up from just speaking from experience, having lived in North Vancouver for many years and going through all this and seeing the problems and seeing the issues, and it's got a much better transit system than we have. It became very problematic for businesses, and we just came from a meeting where the neighborhood was very upset that they can't have people over to visit because there's no parking. So that's a concern that I have, which I will continue to have, that, you have visitors come, or if you have elders there that need home care support, those are realities. So I'm just concerned about the parking, that there's not adequate for visitors. And if you address the visitors, I can understand totally the, selling them to the other people. But I am very concerned about visitor parking. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick for the delegation.
On Metro Drive, is it reasonable to assume that the access in and out would be right in, right out only?
I think that's still in the works with engineering. I know that when the neighboring property with Cobb's Bread and all that did theirs, they did a traffic study, and they've actually got sight lines, and I think that was one of the requirements that we had to provide city staff when we did our comprehensive letter. So I believe that stuff's all been addressed. We've looked at it from a landscaping perspective for the sight line. So I'm pretty sure they've addressed all the requirements there.
Yeah, so I'm not as concerned about the requirements being addressed rather than the safety component on that potential curve and, the distances and all those things. I understand, but it would seem to make sense to me that that's a 4-laner and lots of traffic, that it be a right in, right out, and it's not that big of a circumvention to get right in and right out if you know where you're going.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's something that city engineering will drive more so than ourselves, and we wouldn't be opposed to that if that actually became a reality.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I don't have a question for the delegation.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan, next on the speakers list.
I don't want to belabor this point, but I will because it's become my hobby horse. We no longer have an environmental committee in the city of Nanaimo. That's a big loss because that was the place where these kinds of comments got made about the need to look at climate change, see how it's affecting us, see how we have to respond to it. So I just wanted to say, I appreciate your nod to me, Councillor Thorpe, about my philosophy, but I have to say, this is far more than my philosophy. This is a policy, it's a standard set by the City of Nanaimo and councils since about 2011 or so, and my philosophy is consistent with our climate change policy, it's consistent with our transportation policy, and it's consistent with our OCP. So while it is my philosophy, I'm just happy that my philosophy corresponds with the City of Nanaimo's position on these things.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller.
Well,
election ain't for a few months, come on.
Oh, come on, I wanna, yeah. I have extreme concerns with regards to the parking. If this was a 10% reduction, 20% reduction, maybe this is a 36.5% reduction. So it's over 1/3 reduced. I get the need for transport and buses, et cetera, et cetera. As a matter of fact, just across the way over at Woodgrove Mall, you actually have a major bus hub. So people could walk over there, and there are crosswalks across Olds Road. Step a little bit further, and you actually, I think there's 8 Tesla charging stations by the bookstore out there. I saw a car in one the other day. I keep track every time I drive by there. It's really cool. I saw a car in one. But they're anticipating that electric cars will be more prevalent, and that I see. So as we get electric cars, how is that going to affect the reduction to biking, et cetera, et cetera? Because electric cars aren't as bad for the environment. So you're going to need parking. I'm just wondering if there would be any way to put on-street parking on the curve of Metro Drive. It would accomplish 2 things. You'd get parking, you get more parking for the development, but you'd also slow down that corner. Because I'm on that corner frequently. I go to Shoppers, or to Superstore. I almost called it something else. And it's a racetrack at times. Especially when you take the left out of Superstore onto Metro, and you're not supposed to, and everybody does. So I think it might actually slow traffic down. So I'm just wondering if there's any possibility of putting on-street parking on Metro Drive, reducing that side from 2 lanes to 1 lane.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. There's a couple of questions in the last couple items I'd like to respond to, and maybe first to Councillor Fuller. Yes, staff are actually looking at Metro Drive along with a number of our other roads on sort of reconfiguring them to allow for, maybe I'll best call a reprioritization of our traffic. So it's not just about cars, but also that they work well for pedestrians and they work well for cyclists. So there's been some preliminary work on that, and that could include, for example, the addition of on-street parking in the future. Much like we had a project in front of you a few weeks ago on Uplands, where we're proposing to add on-street parking in that area. So it's very similar sort of context. And what was historically a 4-lane highway now being considered to be reduced to a 2-lane with bike lanes and on-street parking. And the second point I wanted to make is there was a question earlier about the ratio of parking, and it works out to about 1.05 per unit. And that is, for context, that's very comparable to the variances that were granted on the development off of Dufferin, the Summerhill projects, in terms of the parking. And the same policies apply in terms of both our official community plan and the transportation master plan talk about a reduction in parking demands in those areas because of the access to services that's available to residents.
So just to follow up, I'll support this based on hope, the hope of future on-street parking.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Thorpe and Armstrong opposed. Motion carries. Next item, development variance permit number DVP 335 at 191 King Road, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an item that Council dealt with just recently, and at your last meeting, you made a motion for it to be reconsidered. So the application is for a development variance permit for the subject property. The variance is for lot depth variances for lots 4, 5, and 6 in order to allow for a 7-lot subdivision on the subject lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with regard to DVP 335 at 191 King Road. Just a moment, sir. There's another gentleman coming down behind you.
Worship, Council. My name is Brian Sanini, and I'm here to speak in favor of the variance. By coincidence, I am the owner that sold the property to the current developer. I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed at the recent hearing by Councillors Bestwick and Hong. But this is not that case. This is a development that has taken considerable time while I was the owner to move forward. Biggest problem I had was remediating the site from a house that had multiple contaminations. Anyways, I bought the property in 2010. I sold it in June of 2017 to the current owner. The current owner retained the engineering firm Newcastle Engineering. Mr. Warbrick is in attendance with me tonight as well. He's still under retainer. I'm working for the new owner, and we are moving forward. And we were moving forward when the development variance application, in fact, expired. We had, in fact, submitted $28,000, in municipal connection fees as part of the process with our design stage acceptance. So this project's moving forward. That's all I can tell you. And I think the message was it wasn't moving forward, and it might be put up for sale again. And the reason I sold it is I had a partner who didn't want to proceed. And the only way to make money on this project was to actually build out the houses. We spent far too much money remediating the site. But the gentleman who currently owns it is moving forward, and he's retained, as I say, people to move that forward. So with respect, I certainly hope you can grant this renewal of the development variance permit application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegate? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and letting us know. That was one of my biggest concerns, is not knowing what was happening with this property. The question I have is when? When are you moving forward? Like, has the house been remediated? Are the lots now cleared, ready to go? Where are you with regards to that process?
As soon as we have the variance approved, we're moving forward with servicing this spring, as in right now.
Thank you.
So it's been tendered, and a tender has been accepted, so it is moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabriel Niega, and I'm resident of 195 King Road, and I'm here to speak against this whole project, not about that proposed development variance, whatever you have here. Why I'm here to speak against this project is because if I don't know if anybody is familiar with the terrain over there and how the things are, and the 195, the King Road is one of the steepest road in Nanaimo. And to put a full complex or full development of houses in that corner, it's a hazard, totally hazard for the kids, for everybody, for residents. Looking for the parking lot, for spaces, is no space. Where is the playground for the kids where they will move in, and so on and so forth. If you go there and if you look, just have a look on the road, on King Road, you'll find out if somebody is in trouble with brakes or in winter time because it's coming down the hill. It's just gonna happen. Something is gonna happen, and it's very, very dangerous place to be. That is from safety point of view, from one aspect. Second is that again, the property is down the hill. Just 195 property is above the hill. If not the retaining wall will be built and the vegetation will be removed, it's another hazard. It's another open hazard for the residents down there. That is my whole point of view here. And keep in mind, when the development of Elena Road happened, that is from personal point of view right now I'm speaking, the developer moved the fences and with in mind to build another one. They sold the properties and nobody developed another fence. Nobody put a fence in the back of my property where they removed the fence. And in the same time, the resident of 2170 on Elena Road built a driveway and built on my property. Is that right? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 335 at 191 King Road?
Your Worship and members of council, my name is Mark Warbrick, Newcastle Engineering. I just want to respond to the recent comments. The design drawings for this project include improvements at the intersection of Salmon and King Road, required by the city as a condition of development. This meeting, as I understand it, is to look at the extension of the development variance permit and not the rezoning, which was done a number of years ago. And just one more comment about the property itself is very flat, so it's not going to be an area that's subject to intense erosion when the trees are removed to accommodate the development. I think Mr. Sanini has covered all my other comments, so if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 335 at 191 King Road? Seeing none, is there someone prepared to move the motion, the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Armstrong and seconded by Councillor Hung. Any discussion? Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. This question is for staff, and I chose not to ask Mr. Warbrick the question. Contained on page 128, when Council previously considered and approved this variance in 2015, concerns were raised by residents of the neighborhood with respect to traffic on Salmon and King Road. Design stage acceptance drawings were issued to facilitate the construction of Salmon and King Road for the proposed subdivision. So it indicates here, sorry for that, a stop sign and realignment of the curb edge. So the concern, I recall when this came before us originally, and the residents in that area and King Road and so on were very concerned about this corner. So when we say a realignment of the curb edge, is there like will there be a sidewalk created around that corner to clearly define and delineate, or just a curb's edge? Could you please help me better understand the intersection improvements for safety that will be undertaken?
Certainly, Your Worship. So right now, probably the best image to look at in terms of the existing conditions is page 133, the air photo there, which just shows basically there's if you're heading up the road, there's no stop condition, and there's no defined curve. It's basically you just drive the curve of that road. So through the development of the property, there'll be curb gutter sidewalk built, so we'll have a defined curb edge, but there'll also be a new stop condition introduced at that intersection. So it's not straight through around the curve and up. You'll actually come to a stop. It'll be a much more of a traditional formalized intersection now.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. So coming down King Road pretty quickly, hanging a left on Salmon, I won't be able to cross the center line to take that corner, or I obviously, in terms of being able to cut that corner, go, kind of see how fast I can go to cut that corner?
Yeah, the intent of the redesign will to have people slow down at that intersection, both coming towards King Road and coming down King Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions. It's been moved and seconded. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, DVP 338 at 2454 Rosstown Road, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. As you mentioned, this is a development variance permit application. The bylaw allows for detached secondary suites on properties that are 800 square meters and greater. In this case, the property owner has a lot area of 780 square meters, and as such are requesting a variance to the bylaw restrictions in order to allow for the construction of a detached accessory suite.
Thank you very much. It's requested that that council hear anyone wishing to speak to DVP 338 at 2454 Rosstown Road. For the second time and for the third and final time. Seeing none, is there someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is development variance permit number DVP 340-1305 Waddington Road, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe I'll ask that page 149. You're ahead of me. Thank you. I just wanted to show the subject property because it kind of helps with this discussion. So at present, there's two separate titled properties, which has one house constructed over the two properties. Not an uncommon situation, especially in our older established neighborhoods. So what the applicant's proposing to do is remove the existing home and allow for the construction on each of the separate titles. Our bylaw requires a 4-meter setback from Oakley, as this is a corner property. The application request is to reduce that setback from 4 meters to 2 meters in order to allow for the siting of the home. And there is an image on page 146 to show you the proposed home, the detached unit, and the proposed variance.
Thank you very much. It's requested the council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 340 at 1305 Waddington Road for the second time and for the third and final time. Seeing none, is there someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Beswick. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Beswick? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through you to staff, 1305, and then the lot that's next to it, they're going to put another house on there. Is that lot going to be big enough for a house with a suite as well, or are they going to do a house with a carriage house on the lot next to it?
There's two conditions under the bylaw. There's the 800 square meters that we talked about on the previous file, but there's also any property which has access from a lane is allowed to have a detached suite. So yes, the property next door could be developed out in a very similar configuration as to what you see on this property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is development variance permit number DVP 343 at 110 and 114 Fry Street. Now, we do have two delegations. It's now coming up at 8:54. Would council like to take the break a little bit early? We're going to be into this one for a little bit. So if we could, council will be taking a recess for 10 minutes. It's now 8:55. So 9:05 we'll be returning. Thank you very much. We are in recess.
There will be a new decorum statement read out at the start of each meeting to ensure proper decorum is taking place and to assist the chair in his duties. So the proper rules of order and the decorum will be as follows. There will be only one speaker at a time that will have the floor as directed by the chair of the meeting. There will be no interruptions or call-out comments while another person has the floor. Anyone speaking out without having been acknowledged by the chair will be found out of order. If that person does not refrain from speaking without having been acknowledged by the chair, then he or she will be required to leave. For the members of the public speaking, the comments need to be respectful and constructive. Discriminatory or defamatory comments or comments that are in the nature of harassment will not be tolerated, and anyone engaging in such communications will be found out of order. Some examples of behavior that won't be tolerated at a council meeting are as follows. 1. Harassment. In terms of comments about city employees, employees of the City of Nanaimo have a right not to be subjected to discriminatory or defamatory comments or personal attacks against their competency or character. All speakers must refrain from such comments about identifiable staff. Comments should be limited to issues regarding the city's policies or operations. Number 2. Section 7 of the Human Rights Code prohibits a discriminatory publication because of race, color, ancestry, place of origin, religion, marital status, family status, physical or mental disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or age. Discriminatory comments will not be tolerated. Number 3, defamation is publication about a person that tends to hurt that person's reputation. Defamatory comments will not be tolerated. Please stick to known facts and keep the dialogue respectful and constructive.
Fire engines, sparkling, red, and mesmerizing on the streets, command attention wherever they go, and for good reason. Even as children, we learn to recognize firefighters as community helpers. Nanaimo Fire Rescue, our local career department, is always ready to respond to an emergency call. As first responders, saving lives is a serious part of their team's objective. And that begins long before an emergency call. This team is taking the time to remind the public about the importance of working smoke alarms. In 2016, there were 98 structure fires in Nanaimo, and only 25 of those had working smoke alarms.
Hello. Hi there. We're here from the Nanaimo Fire Department. We want to talk to you about your smoke alarms in your homes.
I'd like that. Did you know in the event of a house fire, you have less than 3 minutes to exit your home?
Really? Fire can spread that quickly?
Absolutely, it can.
Well, really doesn't give one much time, does it?
Without a working smoke alarm, your chance of injury or even death in a structure fire is 75%.
That's why we'd really like to check your smoke alarms today in your home to make sure that they are working properly.
Working smoke alarms do save lives.
Statistically, in BC, roughly 36% of homes have working smoke alarms, while in Nanaimo, it's a low 25%.
Okay, great, it works. When was the last time you changed the battery in the smoke alarm?
I'm not sure. I'm going to write it down.
For battery-operated smoke alarms, it's good to change the battery once every 6 months. In my personal home, I change the battery when I change the clocks.
Spring ahead, change the battery. Fall back, change the battery?
Yes, absolutely. Let's go check the other smoke alarms.
Sure.
Ideally, every sleeping room should have a working smoke alarm, but at the very least, one on each floor in the hallway leading to all sleeping rooms is a must. Over time, a smoke alarm sensor can be affected by pet hair, cooking smoke, and dust. Replace your smoke alarms every 10 years. Don't rely on outdated smoke alarms to keep your family safe.
This smoke alarm doesn't work.
Oh, I guess I forgot to change the battery.
Yes, it's also 12 years old, so smoke alarms should be changed every 10 years, even if they're hardwired or battery powered. Would you like me to change this one for you now?
Yes, please. That'd be great. We do have this waiver that we need you to sign.
Working smoke alarms will give you a warning that there is smoke present in your home and that you should get out quickly and stay out. These aren't just tips. Having working smoke alarms and a complete fire escape plan could save you and your family's lives. So test your smoke alarms every month, change your batteries twice a year, and replace your smoke alarms every 10 years. Because as ready as Nanaimo Fire Rescue is, you don't want to be caught in a fire.
Did you know that the City of Nanaimo, along with experts in the community, have identified 22 natural and man-made disasters that can impact residents in their daily lives? Recently, the province of BC has seen several emergencies, some of which have impacted Vancouver Island. There's never been a better time for our residents to know what the risks are in our community, make a plan, make an emergency kit, and prepare their loved ones. A lot of the literature out there says that residents need to be prepared for 72 hours. But because we live on Vancouver Island, we recommend that you're ready for 7 days. Water is one of the most critical supplies that you need to put in a kit for your family, for your loved ones, and for your pets. The recommended amount per day is 2 liters per person, and that's for cooking, drinking, and for sanitation. Let's open up a kit. So here is your typical emergency kit. They don't take up a lot of room. And some of the necessary supplies that you need can all fit almost in one bag. So here you have, for example, an emergency blanket, gloves, a crank radio flashlight. This is a very important item to include in it. If we had an earthquake, a lot of the information that the City of Nanaimo will be sending out will be over the radio stations, the local radio stations. So this is going to be one source of information for you to find out what is going on in the community and what the City of Nanaimo is doing. As well, we recommend things such as light sticks, goggles, masks, tape. We also have some rope. Having an extra tarp in it in case you're not able to go back into your home will provide you with shelter, keeping you dry. Other supplies in addition to your water would be first aid supplies. This will help you to treat your family and your loved ones for any minor injuries that may occur. In addition to your first aid kit and your water, as well as your supplies, you also need to ensure that you have non-perishable food items. Items such as granola bars, pre-made pastas, soups, trail mix. Those are the types of items that will help you to keep yourself sustained post-emergency. One thing that I would like to remind our residents is not to be overwhelmed by this process. A lot of the items that you need are found within your own homes. All you have to do is put them together into a centralized place. You can put them in a backpack or a bag such as this and make your kit. It should be maintained every 6 months. When you change the batteries in your smoke alarm, change the supply in your kits. That could include changing out your water, changing out those non-perishable food items, and making sure that your kit stays fresh so that if you ever do need that kit, it is always ready to go. I encourage our residents to go and visit the City of Nanaimo website under the Emergency Management section. There's a whole section on personal preparedness with information, checklists, all of the supplies that you need to make your kit for your home. I encourage you to go and look at and start making your kit today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll reconvene the meeting now.
The spare can go.
The next item on the agenda is Development Variance Permit Number DVP 343 at 110, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. This next item is, as you mentioned, a development variance permit. The first part of the variance application is related to some issues that occurred on the neighboring property. So as council may be aware, Omni Foods runs out of the neighboring warehouse, and earlier this year there was a partial collapse of the roof of that building. So as a result, they've had to vacate that building until such time that they redevelop. In order to allow the business to continue, they've procured 2 containers, refrigerated containers, and placed them on the neighboring properties at 110, 114 in order to act as their warehouse. So the first part of the variance this evening is actually seek a number of variances to allow for those containers to retain on site for up to a year. The bylaw currently allows for 30 days. It's also a variance to allow for an increase in the size of containers from 20 square meters to 29.75. The remaining variances are related to the siting of the siting of the the siting of the containers and the maximum number. Unrelated to the containers, there's also an application for a variance to allow for a retaining wall at the rear of the property. There was a previous variance that was granted for 110 Fry Street to allow for a retaining wall to be built between it and the neighboring property to the west. They would like to continue the construction of that wall onto that small portion of 114 and are requiring the same variance that was previously granted to 110. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. We have two delegations on this matter. The first one is Linda Vavra. Good evening. And for the, because of the nature of this development variance, if we could have your address as well,
Yeah,
please.
119 Irwin, directly behind 114.
Thank you.
And that fence has already been started. They have they seem to act first and then ask later. So we're all concerned about the noise for the most part, and they're asking for these trailers to be parked there for a year. They're running 24/7. I mean, no business area runs 24/7. It's a mixed-use sort of neighborhood, but all the residents in the neighborhood are dead set against listening to this constantly. It's a constant hum. And like I said, again, the trailers are already there. They're not asking, they're asking after the fact, and they have been running for quite a while. They seem to have, there's a do not occupy sign on their warehouse, so they are obviously operating their business from somewhere else. Why they can't find another place, more industrial, to park these trailers is beyond me. So we're really concerned about the noise and also the fact that this fence has already started. It's and the fact that the first section of the fence at 110 was started without a permit. They just brought an excavator in and just started carving away at what looks now as a bank. Anyway, I called the city and had a stop permit put on that, or a stop work order put on that. And then they are this far from the back of my garage, which is up right at the corner of that line there. I've complained to the city. I've been reassured that with backfill and such, this will not be an issue, but so far it's been over a year. And one little shake and the whole garage is going to go into the next property. So they're not good neighbors. I don't think they're really concerned about us that have to live there 24/7. So anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions for the delegation? Councilor Bestwick, do you have a question for the? Okay. I have no questions for you. Thank you. The next delegation is Kevin Ma and Jeff Bazinet.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Bazinet. I represent the development lands just east in Robbins Gardens. Just want to remind Council of your objective to revitalize downtown. So we are very in favor of doing so. And as you can see by phase 1 of Robbins Garden, we have been doing that. Conversely, we view these recommendations for this variance permit not consistent with downtown revitalization.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Ma. To expand Jeff's conversation, in terms of the development, we are exploring the feasibility of the 2 vacant lots that's within Robbins Gardens. One of the things that we considering for this whole project, it's about 55 plus, and also the surrounding environment around this community itself. And by talking to the surrounding residents, there is a concern about the noise issue and also about the future developability of these 2 vacant lots. by adding an extra canister to the site and the noise, I think it's the bad optics to the to the neighbor in terms of within our development itself. With that being said, that I think that the developer opposed the development permit variance.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Well, thank you for investing in Nanaimo and wanting to grow. What are your plans for those two lots, empty lots you were referring to? Are you planning to build them this year, next year, 2 years, 3 years from now? Like, was there a plan or?
We're in the middle of the plan right now. We're looking at developing the site plan. So we're about 3 to 4 months away from DP submission. If the pre-sales goes well after the marketing campaign, the construction could start later this year or early next year.
Wonderful. So just to be clear, so you know, and I'm going to ask staff, that the CCAN is temporary. Is that correct? Or is this going to be there forever?
No, you're correct. The application is for 1 year.
So this is just for 1 year. So this isn't going to be there forever. So when you talk about revitalization of downtown, what happened with that property there was their roof collapsed. And as a business owner, they want to continue business here, and they just need some time, up to a year, to fix their roof. In the meantime, they need the CCANs to put the products in. Is that correct, Mr. Lindsay? So that's what we wanted to say to you guys.
And what would happen after 1 year elapsed that the roof has not been built?
That would be for staff to answer.
So their intention is to rebuild the building and allow for the business to move back into the warehouse. If after 1 year that had not been done, this permit would expire and the containers would need to be removed unless council at that time wanted to give an extension.
Yeah, I just want to comment that we would be doing our pre-sales and marketing this summer. So these types of things is definitely a deterrent for sales to occur.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong, or Fuller, pardon me.
Through you to staff, do we have any idea when they're going to start repairing the roof? Have they started?
Your Worship, to Councillor Fuller, I know that they've engaged the services of a structural engineer to determine the extent of the works, but I don't know off the top of my head if they have a start date yet.
But even if they don't, the roof could be done prior to a year as well. I mean, from start to finish, it could be done beforehand. Because this just says, I take this to be up to a year. And if construction were to start next week, it might only be there for 6 months. So.
Thank you. See no further questions for you. It's requested that council hear anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 343 at 110 and 114 Fry Street.
Hello there. My name is Jack Anderson. I'm from Greenplan, and I am currently working for Omni Foods. The image that you see in front of you was a project that I was working on. The building on the right-hand side is the photo of the existing warehouse at 106 Fry Street, and the intention of the owner is to expand the warehouse operations into 110, 114. Such was the plans that I was working on his behalf when on January the 18th, the roof collapsed on the existing warehouse. So subsequently, he had to very quickly relocate the warehouse operations, and he's currently split between a location on Victoria Road and a location near Divers Lake. And the consequences of that has been a 40% loss in revenue since the collapse. It's quite disturbing. So I can tell you that the owner is absolutely desperate to be able to move forward with this initiative. And in fact, the engineering, which is being done by Herald Engineering, I have received word today that that has already been complete, and the architectural drawings are being completed, and the building permit application to fix the roof on 106 Fry Street is expected to go in tomorrow or the next day to city to move forward. So certainly there's an urgency on all parties to move forward on that front. I have a couple of other slides I'll show you just quickly. I can figure out how this works. There's a picture of the existing concrete wall that had been approved on 110. There was a mix-up between the owner, myself, and the contractor. At the time that we did 106, there was also a foot that was required, 110, there was a foot on 106 that was required. And so we added that on. So you may recall in the fall you approved an allowance for that retaining wall on 106, 110. The owner asked me if we got the approval for both lots. I said, yes, we did. So he proceeded to have his contractor building on 110, 114. He didn't realize that 106 had to be included in that. So that was the mistake. So we stopped that at that point in order to get approval from council for the continuation of that concrete wall, which will turn and come along this property line here as well. Additional images here that show where that's at. We certainly would like to get that poured and backfilled for the neighbor's sake on that corner there. That also, as you can see, travels down the property line with the operators of wire and rope. We've had conversations with them, and they're supportive of a retaining wall along that property line to allow both businesses to function appropriately. I believe that these are the containers, and this is the concern that I think that we need to address here this evening in particular. And I can show you at the back. I can tell you that Friday afternoon around 4:30, I received notice from city staff that there was concerns raised about the sound that was being emitted from the containers. So I spoke with the owner, and the owner immediately advised me that he has spoken to the people that work at his warehouse that are working towards repair, and they are prepared to build some form of a sound fence that would go around the back of these containers to try to avoid the challenges. I personally went out on site at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I ran a decibel reading on there, and you can see that the average decibel rating was about 69.1 over a 2-minute break in the middle of the day. And on my way to this meeting, I stopped by again, and the sound had dropped, as would be predicted, as we get into the early evening, and it was averaging at about 58. I didn't have time to add that into the slide there. So we are sensitive to the fact that there's some noise, and as mentioned, the owner is prepared to address that. So, to reach out to Councillor Brennan and her concerns and passion for climate change, and the fact that my company, Green Plan, is, of course, strong proponents of sustainability, I want to bring to your attention this particular building here, which was being built in Souk. This is being built out of an innovative block. This block is made of hemp and lime, the same ingredients you'll find in the Great Wall of China. What's unique about this particular block is that not only is it super insulated, super strong, breeze, it's fireproof, it's about the same price as conventional construction, but it has extremely good sound buffering capabilities as well. So I've recommended to the owner that he consider building a barrier around the back of those containers using this block as a means to absorb that sound, to minimize the impact that it would be for the neighbors for the foreseeable future. Now, the owner has indicated to me that if we can get the building permit very quickly, and perhaps on behalf of the owners or the neighbors who would like to see this happen quickly, and I know the owner would, anybody that might suggest to staff to fast track our application through the building permit process, would be greatly appreciated. But other than that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Just a question. You said that you're going to be putting in for your developing permit. If that's granted in a timely manner, how long do you think the build will take?
The construction of 106, the reconstruction of 106?
Yeah, so that we can move the containers out.
They want to move them immediately, and obviously they're only there in order to keep the operations going, and it's available land that they could use. The indication is that it could take up to a year to build, but most recently the owner was suggesting it's probably more likely less than 6 months, and he'll be back into the warehouse. And he is going to fast track that as fast as he can, because trying to run a warehouse out of 2 separate locations is not working well for him financially.
A follow-up to, you said this new hemp and lime, whatever, is going to would help. How much would that, do you think, in your opinion, would it reduce the decibels?
That block, what I've been told is that it will absorb 75 decibels in sound. So what we would do, of course, and I went to the site and I walked right around, as you could see by the photo of the compressors, to find out where the sound was. When I stood on Fry Street, you could really hear the sound. And the reason for it was it was reverberating off that concrete wall that's been built and not quite finished. Whereas when I went around to Irwin Street, on the street side, it wasn't as loud, but I'm sure the neighbors that are living right over the bank would be hearing that. So that is an unfortunate situation there. And I can tell you that we could build it up high enough that the sound won't bounce off the concrete wall, but in fact will be forced to go upwards.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. On the retaining wall itself, will a fence be built on, will you be building a fence on top of that retaining wall for aesthetics and for other reasons?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Bestwick. Our concern, of course, is safety for everyone. And so the variance that is being requested is for the height of the retaining wall with a fence on top of that retaining wall. So as you're probably well aware, the bylaws in the city of Nanaimo state that retaining wall height is regulated as a fence. So the fence on top of the retaining wall is all part of the variance that we're requesting.
And thank you. And assuming the variance is approved for the retaining wall, how soon would the fence be erected?
My understanding is they'd like to pour that retaining wall and complete that as quick as possible, but they will come down the side property line a little bit further with their framing before they bring in the concrete, so they can do the concrete all at once. The intent would be that after the concrete's had time to settle and they can get on top to put the fence in, that they'll be building the fence behind 110 and 114 along that stretch there. So.
Thank you. And last question for you. Did I hear you correctly state that once construction starts, those sea cans or whatever would be relocated? They'd be removed?
No, if I've said that, I said that in error. Soon as the warehouse is reoccupied, which is what he wants to do as quick as possible, the sea cans would be immediately removed.
And that is the existing
warehouse, Councillor Bestwick.
And then the new build will be on the property where the containers sit now?
That's correct, and that may be a year or two down the road.
Okay, so that's clear. So I assume that there was damage into the existing facility when the roof collapsed?
Yes, there was.
So there's a considerable amount of investment that's going to be required in order to be able to bring that back to life.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Is the owner amenable to using that block?
Yes, I've spoken to him, and he's seen it in my office, and I trumpet it every time he comes by. So he does a lot of business up and down the island, and I think he should be thinking about a block that actually absorbs carbon dioxide. That house I showed in that image, that is 20 tons carbon negative.
Okay. So you were saying that you're going to build the, I don't know the words you used, but the wooden structure to pour the cement into or whatever along the side. Yeah, that's right. And then you have to wait until it settles, and then you'd put a fence on. That would be between 110 and 114. Did you say?
The fence would go right across the top of that retaining wall for the whole length. And I can tell you that in my preliminary discussions with the owner of Wire and Rope, he was so excited about seeing a retaining wall there. He said, I'll pay for the fence that goes down between my property and the neighbors as well. So there will be a fence on both sides.
Okay, so taking into account the footings, is that what you call them, Jerry? And pouring the concrete, waiting for it, and then building the fence, when would you anticipate it be up?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
Oh, that's my fault. So taking into account building the footings, pouring the concrete, waiting for it to properly dry, putting the fence up, when would you expect to see that fence finished?
I would anticipate about 30 days.
From today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan. I have a couple of questions for you. Will there be any impediment on the rebuilding of the existing warehouse due to insurance company involvement, or will it proceed without that?
I know that there is an insurance claim on this collapse of the roof, and that the owner is in regular daily conversations to make sure that he's expediting all the issues associated with that so it doesn't hold up the rebuild of the warehouse.
Thank you. We've seen situations, if we recall, there was a building under construction on Stewart Avenue where the people next door were affected by the fire on that building. And they weren't allowed to occupy their building for 18 months. I'm really concerned about delays in the rebuild of the current warehouse so that you can then remove the sea cans. I'm on the walls with the block. I was just about to cut you off. Sounded like a sales pitch. But in any case. Will you be working with an acoustical engineer on the placing of any sort of sound attenuation devices?
With respect to the containers?
Correct.
Your Worship? Yeah. To be honest, it was only, as I mentioned, we just heard that the neighbors were concerned about sound, so we could certainly talk to him. All I know is that he said, if it requires some mitigation, let me know what we need to build to minimize the noise to the neighborhood. So at that point, we got into a conversation about framing it and using styrofoam, and then I said, why don't we use the lime hemp blocks from Just Biofiber?
Thank you very much. No further questions? Oh, pardon me, Councillor Brennan.
So you're saying that you think that you anticipate anyway that this could be completed in 6 months?
The rebuild, yes. I can tell you that the walls of the warehouse were not damaged in any way. Mm-hmm. What needs to take place there is that they need to remove the broken wooden trusses that were in place and simply put a new roof over top of that spans across, and then put a new surface on that. And subsequently, they'll be able to finish inside and be able to return back to occupying that warehouse.
So what if we gave the permit for 6 months? How would that fit?
Well, I know the owner would certainly be excited about that. He certainly expects to get inside of 6 months, but the certainty of how quickly it'll take to build, I can't say. But if you wish to reduce the time and consider extension if we got into trouble with time, that wouldn't be out of the question. To be quite honest, the owner was hoping he'd be back in place by June, so back in operation in the warehouse by June. So that's even shorter still, but I think he's being overly optimistic on that.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Lindsay, you seem anxious.
No, Your Worship, when you're done with the delegation, I just had a suggestion listening to the conversation. That's all.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you, sir. And it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak to DVP 343.
Your Worship and Council, my name is Doug Bender, and I live at 104 Esplanade, which is known as Robbins Grove in the Nime. I'm here to voice my concerns and objections to the development variance permit, number DVP 00343, in particular into section 6.2.1, the containers, read the noise pollution. The applicant is requesting an increase in the size of the containers, the number of containers stored, and the length of time from 30 days to 1 year. It should be noticed that the refrigeration containers are already located on the property in question and are currently running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I live approximately 225 feet on the other side of the street from these containers, and my bedrooms, patio, and living and dining room windows all face the refrigeration containers. I've been forced to close my bedroom windows in the evenings because the sound is at best very irritating. The enjoyment of my patio and home is impacted at any time our patio doors or windows are opened. As you can appreciate, I paid a considerable amount for my condo, and while aware of the sound of normal traffic during business hours, this constant hum day and night from the refrigeration containers is not acceptable in my opinion. The noise would certainly affect my resale value of my home at this time. Because of my concerns, I canvassed the surrounding neighbors with a petition, which you should have received. And the petition stated, as neighbors of Omni Foods, which is located at 114 Fry Street, we are against the granting of the proposed development variance permit. The section 6.2.1, the containers, we feel that the noise generated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, will and does affect the enjoyment of our properties. We request that this section not be granted. 37 individuals signed the petition, and every one of them stated that they were very unhappy about the noise that was being generated in these units. 23 of the individuals that signed the petition are from Irwin Street, which is on the backside of Fry Street. The reason for this application in the first place was because of what you have said about the roof. And since then, I don't believe there's a permit in place, and I see no evidence of any reconstruction. The replacement refrigeration units are portable and rented and could be located elsewhere. In conclusion, I'm asking the Mayor and Council on behalf of our neighborhood and myself to deny this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Brennan, question for the delegation.
So what you heard tonight from Green Plan, would you be, I understand you don't want it there at all, but what would your response be to half the time, 6 months as opposed to 12?
Well, I would certainly be, interested in something like that. I don't think a year would be a great thing. We're going to be coming into the summer season when everybody wants their windows open and they sit out on their patios, and this thing is roaring away there 24 hours a day.
Right.
So anything would be better than nothing. So.
Right.
And I'm sure if there's some kind of insulation material that they can put around these generators, would also be very helpful.
Yeah.
So it's just to try and cut it down. Like it's very annoying.
I can appreciate that for sure.
So
yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 343 at 114 Fry Street?
Your Worship, Council, David Lobe, 160 Prince John Way. I represent Glen Homey and Homey Holdings, essentially the developer of Robbins Gardens, which presently is 14 units there, and they're across the street. believe you heard from Mr. Anderson, the issue with the fact that that wall is behind the, I'm only here in respect of the noise level and the variance application with respect to the containers, of course. Mr. Homey and Homey Holdings, the developer, is very concerned. They're still marketing some of these properties. He's built a wonderful project next door in that area, and it's going to affect the ability for him to resell these properties with that noise coming from the adjacent property across the street, and it's very concerning to him. And he's had, and I think he's put a lot of the future of his building and his project in that part of the town, and I think that the fact that remains is that he's the owner of Omni Foods has moved to 2 other sites. I don't see why those containers, why he's actually got 3 sites now, the site at 114 and Victoria Road and Divers Lake. I'm not sure why he hasn't moved to the containers to one of those 2 sites as opposed to having to move around on 3 sites, because I was there earlier today myself and I saw some trucks there, so they obviously have to move around through the 3 areas. So I'm not sure the reason for that, but he could move those containers to some other sites for the next 3 or 4 months, and we wouldn't have this problem that we have today. As I say, the owners and all of the adjacent landowners, I'm not going to reiterate what they have to say. I guess if there was going to be some type of containers still staying there, perhaps it might be subject to what Mr. Lindsay might be suggesting here, but from Mr. Homey's perspective, he definitely would want that noise stopped as soon as possible. The other fact remains is that Omni, as much as they had a stop work order initially for the wall because they proceeded without getting a permit, and then they again proceeded to continue with the wall onto 114 again without getting a permit, and the same goes for the containers. They put them down without getting a permit. So their history on their dealings on this property and dealing with the city aren't good. So those are all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Just your comments on the mitigation that was proposed. Would your client, short of saying no, 0 days, get off the property tomorrow, what would mitigation look like for him?
I think if there was mitigation, and obviously the sound was essentially stopped or receded to a substantial degree and a shortening of time, I'm sure that something could be, I'm sure that he'd probably go along with that, but there'd have to be that in place.
Right.
And not just, we might just do it, or
right.
We'll suggest that it has to get done.
Yes.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Oh, Councillor Kipp.
Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Lobe.
Thank you.
I used to own the house right on the top of the corner, 102 Fry. Quite a busy, noisy neighborhood with the train tracks right across the street. It was quite busy. The trucking companies on the other side of Milton Street. It's a fairly busy industrial area, I would suggest, with the concrete company that was at the end of the road. All of the recycling depot down there has been sound and noise. So that typically it's that invasion of commercial into a residential area, or this has been historic industrial and commercial area for a long, long time, right from the other end of Fry at Esplanade, where there's all companies, cranes, and it is quite a messy area. It's sad. So your concern now is the noise emanating from this to the people across the street. That's your concern, and
That's
the people
the
behind.
concern for Mr. Homey. Yeah, that's right, because he built that project and he still has units for sale there, and he owns a number of the units himself.
The construction's been going on there for 4 years?
At least.
At least.
But there's
That's
the development
noisy.
is
That's noisy.
and as you know, as stated earlier, there is a future development there, which is exciting, I think, from the city's perspective as well.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I think the building's a marvelous building, the fencing. I'm glad that we protected those trees because there's the Cedars of Lebanon, some amazing trees on that property, which has been protected. I love that. Like I say, I own the building across the street. So the biggest concern, you could see that mitigation could help if it was a 6-month window, and sound mitigation, and where the city could determine what an appreciative decibel would be for that. And
Yes.
I'm not certain whether they can run them less than 24 hours. I'm sure they probably could. I know when I went through emergency management stuff, when villages were out of power, we could run generators for a certain amount of time to keep the frozen goods. But so your biggest concern is the noise and the effect it may have on the neighboring properties.
And just your comment, it's in the evening that the owners at Robbins Grove are concerned, as you heard from the previous delegation. That's the problem is in the evening when all the other commercial business is gone. He appreciates that during the day there's noise because of the nature of the area.
But no break in the evening is a real concern. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you. No further questions, sir.
Thank you.
It's requested the council here. Anyone wishing to speak to? Go ahead. Come on down, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Kelly, and I do work at Omni Foods. The size of containers are because that's all we could get at the time. That's all we could find. I'm the person that located them. That's simply all that was available. They're there for a short time. Our owner is very diligent in getting back into that building. He's doing what he can for the noise. He's not happy about what's happening. And as soon as we can get back into there, we have one that's a cooler, we have one that's a freezer. And we are in 3 locations. It's quite inconvenient. We were all under one roof. Now we're spread all out. We've got one person basically that runs between the 3 buildings to get our stuff. And as soon as we can get back in, we will be. And the containers will be going back because they do cost quite a bit of money every month to rent.
Thank you. We have some questions for you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, ma'am. You said you're in 3 locations, as was pointed out by one of the other delegates. Is there a place that would be more suitable for those coolers to be where it wouldn't have the same impact?
We tried. We tried to put them where we are. We're located on Old Victoria Road. We weren't allowed to put them there.
Why?
We're renting, and the landlords wouldn't allow us to have it there because it was constricting his business. We're at the recycling place.
Okay.
So we couldn't put them there. Our other place is on Shenton Road, and we couldn't put them there. We weren't allowed. So we put them at our own property.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
No, I'm fine, Chair. Councillor Armstrong asked the same question I was thinking of.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 343? Seeing none, is someone prepared to move a motion? Councillor Beswick.
Thank you.
Pardon me. Just a moment. Mr. Lindsay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just listening to the conversation and the discussion this evening, I just thought I'd throw out a couple of options maybe for council to consider. Bullet 2 talks about increasing the length of time from 30 days to 1 year. And based on the conversation I've heard tonight, I might suggest you want to add in there, or until completion of the warehouse repair at 106 Fry Street. So if by chance it happens sooner than the 1 year, this variance would terminate, and that they'd have to remove the containers at that time. The second option that I would suggest is if council is supportive of the variance and wishes to proceed, it may be appropriate to consider a subsequent motion directing staff to work with the applicant to ensure the development and implementation of a sound mitigation plan as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Mr. Lindsay, is it possible to do this in putting the sound mitigation first? If, once the sound mitigation has been put into place, then we would grant up to 6 months, 7 months. I don't like the whole year, but as Mr. Lobe noted, we should have the mitigation procedures in place, and then we determine whether they're adequate.
Yeah, I think, Your Worship, in an ideal situation, that would be the process. I think the way we've responded here is because the containers are already on the property and they're asking for that extension. I guess if council wanted to go that way, one option would be to allow for a variance for a very short period of time, subject to the development and implementation of a sound mitigation plan. Then it could be considered for extension.
I'd like to do it that way. I don't know how the motion would be constructed, but maybe Mr. Lindsay could help us with that.
I would suggest, if council wanted to consider it that way, it would be increase the property, increase bullet 2 again, increase the length of time for the containers are permitted from 30 days to 60 days. And then at the end, it would be direct staff to work with the applicant to develop and implement a it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Applicant to develop and implement a sound mitigation plan prior to further consideration of an extension.
So I would move that if our clerk
I'd
got
second
that down.
So, Your Worship, through you to the rest of council, to all of you, it would basically be the recommendation as written, but bullet point 2 would be changed to from 30 days within a calendar year to 60 days. And we would add another bullet at the end to direct the applicant to implement a sound implementation plan prior to any other extensions, something like that.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Thank you. To the motion, Councillor Armstrong.
Oh, sorry, I have a...
Okay, Councillor Hong. Well, you just push yourself off and now you're back on again at the bottom of the list. I didn't touch it.
The fire chief. So do you want me to do that later or now?
Okay. On this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is it says right in there, the containers are generally prohibited as permanent structures. They do not meet fire safety requirements, just the fire safety requirements. Have you looked at those? And what would be the concern from the fire department's perspective?
No sprinklers.
So specifically to storage for container safety, there is bulletins put out as far as ventilation and storage requirements within those structures. So I would expect that these containers would have a proper ventilation system, air exchange, and things like that with them. And what's being stored in them cannot be anything like any flammable gases, because really they can become like human missiles or bomb exploding.
Thank you. Councillor Hong?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Reduce the rear yard setback from 7.5 to 4.5 for a building or structure in order to legalize the siting of 2 refrigerated shipping containers. If we were to tell them to put a wall or some sort of sound proofing, wouldn't that number then change? Or do we take into account that wall as a setback, or that does not count?
Generally, it would not count. So like a fence, for example, is not subject to the setbacks. But again, it would really depend on the nature of the system that's developed. So I think if we were to go back and do this sound mitigation plan and we came back with a strategy of how we were going to implement it, if there was further variances required, we could identify it at that time.
Okay, because then I have another issue with that sound mitigation plan. You're saying that we're going to revisit it in 6 months. I want that plan in place now. Because from the way that, is it?
Yeah, 60 days.
What was the last part, Ms. Curry?
So, so the bullet number 2 is being changed to from 30 days to 60 days.
60?
60, and that there will be another bullet added to the end that the applicant is to implement a sound mitigation plan prior to any further extensions. So they'll get nothing more than 60 days until they come back with a sound mitigation.
So then they can do it on the 59th day? and come back before. So why don't, I don't see why, the plan should be, the sound mitigation plan should happen right now. It should be done within 30 days. Why give them 60 days? I don't understand that. You're going to put the residents through 60 days of grief until the 59th day. Why not make them do it within, I don't know how long it takes to get a sound mitigation plan, but 30 days seems plenty of time for them to put up some sort of sound barrier, come back to us within 60 days, and then we can see if these residents are still here complaining about the noise. But I think we should do something first so the residents understand, 59th day they come back in 60 days and say, hey, we got a sound wall up, and the residents don't have any indication of how that's worked, and neither would we. So I think 30 days is plenty enough to get a sound mitigation plan, and then come back to us again in 60 days for an extension, and we'll see where the residents go from there. And that's my recommendation, if that's amenable to amendment to that.
So you're proposing an amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
So that the sound mitigation plan is to be installed within 30 days.
Okay. Councillor Bestwick.
Holy moly. So bullet 2 was amended to go from 30 days to 60 days. We're talking about expediting the permit so that they can get to work on there to satisfy everybody sooner rather than later. We're adding a bullet at the end. We're going from 30 to 60. Yeah, but what happens on day 59? I think this is becoming way overcomplicated. I think we're overcomplicating this and we're getting in our own way. Frankly, I believe we should be doing each one of these bullets seriatim. We did have the second bullet that we wanted to amend, and now we've amended the amendment and added a sixth bullet. So I'm confused. And then we had answers to everybody sitting here going, oh, why don't they consolidate all their stuff on the north or the south? What's the matter with these people? Don't they know what they're doing? Well, we just heard from the employee that we tried, we attempted, but it wasn't possible. It wasn't made possible for us because of the places where we had to go to continue to operate our business. So the unintended consequences for me is I don't think that this owner wanted his roof to collapse. Should the owner have gotten the right permit to build that retaining wall? Of course. Clearly it didn't happen, so clearly now we have to figure out the best way forward. We're hearing that the construction should be completed in 12 months or less. We get complaints about noise all the time. Every development in the city in Nanaimo. Piled driving going on everywhere in Lindley Valley and on the bluffs and everywhere and on Waikasai Avenue and everywhere. So to get this going, let's not put obstacles in the way. Then there is some urgency because the neighbors are saying, what are you guys going to do about this? Get this done. So the unintended consequences, I don't think that the owner of this business wanted this to happen. So I heard somebody say, well, our business is down 40%, or their business is down 40%. I heard that they've had to endure more expenses to run their business that they're running. I'm guessing that the improvements on 114, 110, and 106, when they're all completed within 2 years or however long it's going to take, will be in the couple of $1 million range. I'm guessing. And it's right down in the industrial area with train tracks and buses and semi-trailers and you name it, coming across the old trestle and screaming down Fry Street. Is this an unfortunate situation for everybody? Of course. So my preference would be is that everything stays the same and you get 30 days up to a year with a 4-month check-in, so we know what's going on and staff know what's going on and say, they're never going to get this done in 6 months. We better revisit this. We got a problem. Because we're either going to help all the neighbors, or we're going to refuse the 2 containers. What if they had 1 container that was really noisy? Just not quite as noisy as 2. Are we all going to be happy because there's 1 and it's the right size? So there's going to be some inconveniences when something like this happens. Didn't do it on purpose. So let's help them get this thing fixed as soon as we can so that the neighbors can feel some sense that we're working towards getting it fixed with the owner to help everybody feel better about this. So I'd rather see us just leave this the way it is. If we want to go bullet point by bullet point, seriatim, let's do them all at seriatim so we're not jumping all over the place. Let's do one at a time.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. So personally, I don't have a problem with any of the other bullets. Bullet 2, we're suggesting amendments, which I will need to hear again before I can vote on them. I certainly have sympathy with the business owner, but I also have sympathy with the neighbors, and I think we have to acknowledge both sides in this. And I think what we're attempting to do is come to a reasonable compromise, which will make neither side totally happy, but hopefully will mitigate the problems for both sides to some extent. There is one thing that does concern me a little bit that I will comment on, and that is relating to the history of what's happened on this property with regards to the wall, and also a comment from the company representative who, when Councillor Armstrong asked about the other locations, and the answer was, well, we were told we didn't have permission to put the containers on that location, and no, on the other location, no, we couldn't because we didn't have permission to put the containers there. Well, who gave permission to put the containers on this site and then come afterwards and ask for that permission? And that does bother me a little bit. But having said that, I want to find a solution that mitigates the sound, gets things moving as quickly as possible, and get this business back under its intended roof. Even 6 months takes us through the summer season. So the sooner this can get moving, the better. So if I may ask Ms. Gurry to read me the amended amendment of the second bullet, that will help me make a decision.
Can I get you to hold on for that? We've got 5 other speakers before we get to the question, so you're going to have to do it again and again.
But it hasn't been moved or seconded at all yet. So there's really nothing that's been amended.
The amendments haven't been.
Right. So just keep that in your mind.
There's about an hour ago we did 275 unit residential pieces at the north end in about 10 minutes, and here we are now. This is what's known as swallowing an elephant and then choking on a mouse. I do need to ask the question before we proceed. If these containers were taken away and replaced with 2 53-foot reefer trailers, Mr. Lindsay, would there be any requirement for any permits whatsoever? Because I don't believe there would be. The only reason we're here today is because of the language we put in place with respect to containers. And the only reason that entire subject came up was with respect to the concern that they were trying to escape taxes by putting in multiple containers to avoid building a building and paying taxes. This emergent situation here is certainly not one of them.
Your Worship, I think you're correct. If it was just 2 trucks parked on the site, there'd be no zoning bylaw issues related to that. You may still have bylaw complaints regarding noise in the neighborhood, but there'd be no infractions from a zoning bylaw perspective.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Well, thank you. I think we are, we're choking on a mouse here. But the neighborhood, it's important for us to give the perception that we're doing something here. And this is an emergency crisis management situation. The company was looking to rebuild, to get stuff done, to take care of their product like any businessman would do. We know we've got a number of situations in Nanaimo. Right out here, the Acme building and that with the insurance, and it's taking forever to build stuff. It sounds like they want to get going and they want to do it fairly fast. And I say it's an emergent situation. I think what we should do, and will they be able, is there anything, temporary sound mitigation building permit? I mean, a building permit takes 6 weeks for something new that we've never done before that's going to have a professional design it eventually. Someone with the skill set to say that noise can be buffered this way. So we're pushing performance because people are in front of us today, and we're quite worried about that. We're pushing performance on a business trying to get up and running. I don't know how long their permit will take for that building. It might take a while, and I believe what we want right away is sound mitigation and the methodology for that. So I like the idea of, like Councillor Bestwick said. I mean, they're going to take a year to build this. The building across the street has been under construction for 4 years or more. Noise has been going on there for 4 years. Some people have moved in now. I had an apartment built across the street from me. Huge noise for the 2 years it was being built. Since 120 people moved in, it's been way nicer. So I believe we want to help this business get back on its feet, not put about a bunch of roadblocks, not invent a new permit process for temporary sound mitigation, but allow them to put in sound mitigation and get that done immediately. That has to be done quickly for the neighborhood, because most of the concerns that I heard, concerns with noise, the 24-hour noise, they haven't been good neighbors, noise again, future development of the property across the street. So my purpose would get them to immediately put in place methods for sound mitigation and get staff to expedite that with them, to work on it quickly. There must be other sound mitigation things that have been done in Nanaimo for a plan, and then start to help them get the permit in place, because that's part of the problem for people. They've never done this before. They've never been involved in having a roof collapse probably and have to put on temporary things. And if they had come and talked and we said, no, just buy a couple 53-foot trailers, rent them, right? And you wouldn't even have a problem. You could just move them every 24 hours if you wanted. So I think we're making the mountain out of a molehill. We're choking on an elephant now. And from my perspective, I have no problem with the allowable size of them for temporary use. I have no problem with moving it to a longer period of time than 30 days. No problem with 2 of them on the... I'm a little disappointed they didn't apply for permits, but sometimes in a rush people do things and they find that begging forgiveness is easier than asking for it previously. So from my perspective, let's get the emergency crisis of sound dealt with as quick as possible and get that permit going so they can rebuild and stop the freezer and the cooler from making so much noise in the area.
Councillor Kipp, before you go, would you like to get a motion on the floor?
There is a motion.
What do we have going now?
So, Your Worship, it wasn't actually moved or seconded. Mr. Lindsay suggested some changes, and then discussion took place from those suggestions, and so it was never actually moved or seconded. There was some agreement initially.
I think Diane said, I'll move that, what Dale said.
Yeah,
Carol
so
said.
I do recall,
I'll second
okay,
it.
I do
Yeah,
recall
Carol's
Councillor
second.
Brennan saying that, but I believe the discussion was still taking place and I missed the seconder. So if we're going with that one, that motion that's already on the floor, so if there wants to be amendments, either formal or friendly, are as follows. So the recommendation is as it stands, all the bullet points, and I'll read them all. Bullet point 1, increase the maximum allowable size of a container from 20 meters squared to 29.75 meters squared. Increase the length of time containers are permitted to be located on a property from 30 days within a calendar year to 60 days. Increase the maximum number of containers permitted on a property from 1 to 2 to be located at 110 Fry Street. Reduce the rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 4.5 meters for a building or structure in order to permit the placement of refrigerated shipping containers. Increase the maximum allowable height for a retaining wall fence from 1.8 meters to 6.5 meters within the rear yard located at 114 Fry Street. And direct the applicant to implement a sound mitigation plan prior to any further extensions. So that is the motion that was moved and seconded. And if council wishes to amend that, now would be the time.
I would ask council if we can move on, please. Is there any burning desire to debate? I've got 5 more speakers. Or can we call the question? Okay. Is it with respect to the motion that's on the floor now? Okay. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah?
You're next.
Okay, thank you. I don't think this is an either-or situation. It's not either respond to the neighborhood or respond to the business. It's trying to work out a plan together. We're not putting impediments, or at least we're not trying to put impediments in front of the business. We're trying to accommodate the neighborhood and fit it in with the business plan. I think those are worthy efforts on our part. So all we're saying here is that the only change is that we're going to ask the business to put together a mitigation plan with our staff within 60 days. And then once the mitigation is in place, we can see and hear how effective it is, then we decide whether or not we would extend their permit. And I've suggested that it be 6 months, not 12, because the agents for the business have told us that that's within reach for them. That makes sense to me.
Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. Okay, Councillor Fuller.
Well, as the motion stands, I won't be supporting it. I don't have a problem with a year because that allows, if something comes up, to extend it to 1 year. What I would like to see with that bullet is keep it to a year and put it contingent to sound mitigation being in place within 30 days. If you can't get something in place within 30 days, then why give them 60 days? Then they come back for an extension to 90 days and so on and so forth. We're looking at the costs of this. So they're saying they will be done or likely will be done because they can't say they will be done within 6 months. So they likely will be done within a year, but I would like to see it with sound mitigation in place within 30 days. And that would take into consideration the neighbors, the amount of time needed to build the buildings, and so on and so on and forth. So,
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just don't understand what going from 30 to 60 days accomplishes. I don't understand what that will accomplish by saying increase the length of time containers are permitted to be on a property from 30 to 60 days. It doesn't really accomplish anything in my mind. They need to get the building permit approved so they can fix their roof. The walls don't need fixed. They can fix it, and so they can get in there. And we heard them say that they can hopefully, ideally, get that done in 6 months. I don't know who the contractor is or whatever the heck needs done. I don't know. But to Councillor Brennan's point, 6 months, let's give the company 6 months to get the containers off there and get that building built with a new roof on it so they can get, I'm sure they want to get back in there in 6 months and get off Shenton Road and Old Victoria Road too. So we're all trying to help the neighborhood, the business, move on. So the 6 month piece, yeah, give them 6 months to get completion. And in the meantime, reduce the noise. I don't care how you do it. I don't care what material you use. Reduce the noise somehow in 30 days or less. So we're getting in our own way here. And I just like us to, so I'll vote in favor of it, because if it goes down, then what? So we'll be here trying to figure out a new motion, which God forbid. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay, Ms. Gray.
Your Worship, so just hearing council and trying to help, I think if the mover and seconder are agreeable, for bullet number 2, rather than the 60 days, we change that to 6 months, and we change the last bullet to direct the applicant to implement a sound mitigation plan within 30 days.
That's my suggestion.
So if the mover is agreeable to that, okay.
Okay. Great.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Believe it or not, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
What would we vote?
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. Rezoning application number RA 385 at 1615 Northfield Road, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is a rezoning application for the subject property in order to allow for 11-unit multifamily development.
Thank you. Is there someone prepared to move the recommendation? Councillor Brennan, thank you.
Second, all three of them?
Okay.
So they need to be read out, Your Worship.
Oh, pardon me. Councillor Armstrong. It's
Hang on, I'm on the wrong one.
Northfield.
Got it. Yeah. That zoning amendment, that zoning amendment bylaw 2018 number 4500.118 to rezone 1615 Northfield Road from single dwelling residential R1 to residential corridor COR1, pass first reading.
Seconded.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I know that we're doing. Yeah. Okay. I know that we're redoing Boundary and Northfield intersection. Just up or down, or whatever you want to call that, down Northfield. How is this going to impact the plan? It seems like we're adding. It's not a lot. It's 11 units, but we're adding some density to that mouth of the intersection that we're trying to fix. Do we have a traffic study with regards to this?
Your Worship, certainly would have been, I don't know if there's a traffic study, I'd have to review that, but certainly have been reviewed by our transportation management group. Yes, it will add traffic to Northfield Road, but overall would be relatively minor amount relative to the traffic that we see currently on that road and at that intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armstrong. Okay, pardon me. Councillor Beswick.
3 lots up from the corner that we purchased to do the improved across the rail track intersection. And the reconfiguration of that corner now, and I asked the question earlier on, please tell me on Metro that we'd be doing it right in, right out, and our traffic engineers are going to be working on that. So while 11 all by itself might not sound like a lot, where it's going or proposed to go is a lot. So will they have 1.6 parking stalls per unit? Will there be consideration for right in, right out only? Or are we going to have people coming up Northfield Road going west, and there won't be a left turn lane in there, stopping traffic behind them to get into where they live? Because what we're attempting to do, that Northfield Road now is more than a collector road. It's well beyond that. All residences on the south side and all industrial on the north side. So how how are we proposing for parking? How are we proposing for access in and out? 1615 Northfield Road.
Your Worship, maybe I would ask that page 162 gets pulled up from the agenda. But again, this is at the rezoning stage. This is not the development permit design, which would be more detail and would come forward to council separately. But at this point, they're showing a consolidated access with the existing home, the adjacent single-family home. And they are showing, in addition to one stall for each unit, there's an additional, it looks like an additional 8 stalls in this concept plan that's attached to the report. So at this point, very minor variances, if any, in terms of parking.
Thank you. So my point is this is a significantly busy road. Significant. We're improving the intersection 60 feet away from there. And we're going to have turn lanes and various iterations of what's going on in that. I'm going to call it a roundabout, but it's not a roundabout. Just going over the tracks. It'd be nice if we could get rid of the tracks. So just going over the tracks. So now we're going to... Does the developer think that it's going to be a left in, left out? Is 18 parking stalls? It doesn't say small, it doesn't, in the report, it doesn't say increase the small car stuff, or it just says, well, actually, it doesn't really speak to parking. I've just got a picture here with car spaces that it might not end up being that, because it doesn't have to be that. It can be something else. So 11 seems like a heck of a lot right there to me. That's all.
Thank you. Councilor Brennan.
Thank you. This application was brought before the Community Development Committee. And that committee is comprised of people who are either studying community planning or are already doing it. And some of them are builders. They really liked this plan. It was approved unanimously. It was approved quickly. There was just the reasons being, as it sets out here under the official community plan, that it's on this corridor. It encourages higher density land use, such as medium to high density. This infill development would achieve a density of 65 units per hectare, which is compatible with the density range of 50 to 150. So it could go up to 150. And the height anticipated in the corridor designation. The location of the proposed development is within walking distance of services, several transit routes, and an employment center, that is the hospital urban node. The development will also increase neighborhood connectivity by installing sidewalk and a bike lane and contributing to the OCP policy to prioritize the safe movement of pedestrians and cyclists. So in terms of transportation, it really seems to have fit the requirements that we as a city have set. So they've even got more parking than they need. So, it's just making a mountain out of a molehill. This hits the. It ticks all the boxes that we've asked for. So the community people that we've asked to it is a long night. I can't even think of words, but with whom we consult, approved it, felt it was a great development. We're happy with it. So I'm certainly in favor of it.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Bike lane, is there a bike lane proposed for Northfield Road or just for this one property development? First question.
Your Worship, there's an overall concept for Northfield Road, which would include bike lanes along the entire extension.
Cool.
I don't know off the top of my head the time frame for that.
Cool. I'm in support of it. I mean, we're revamping Northfield boundary and the highway we're reconfiguring to improve traffic flow. So this will show you if it's going to work. So let's have at it.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. It just seems to me we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Thank you.
What's in front of us is simply rezoning, moving away from R1 to a residential corridor. And later down the road, if we don't like this development or we feel there's not enough parking or there's too many bike spaces or whatever, we can have that debate then. But it seems to me this is just the first step of moving away from R1. And so I'm quite happy to support this.
Thank you very much. Having said that, we've now completed all the speakers. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Show Councillor Bestwick opposed. Motion passes.
All right, for the next. Motion that zoning amendment bylaw 2018 number 4500.118 pass second reading.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion that council direct staff to secure the community contribution prior to the adoption of the bylaw. Should council support the bylaw at third reading?
Seconded.
It's moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Show Councillor Bestwick opposed. Motion carries. Councillor Kemp.
I have a conflict of interest on the next 1400 Woodgrove. I did a design contract originally and I have no idea what's going on the property. It's easy for me to step out on a conflict.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 1400 Windgrove Street, an update regarding the fire damage to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report comes as a response to a council motion that was received on February 26th, I believe it was at your Committee of the Whole meeting, where council requested for some further report on options to deal with the existing structure at the 1400 Windgrove. So the report outlines what tools council has available. In this case, the option would be a remedial action order, which could be issued, which would grant a period of time before the building had to be removed, and upon which time, if it wasn't removed, it would be done by the city. Now, we're not recommending that. It's simply, you've asked for an outline of options, and that's included in the report as an option. I would note that we have an existing development permit application that's actively before the city, and we are anticipating that will be coming to council in the very near future for this property.
Thank you very much. We do have a delegation, Mr. Ian Namath. And you have up to 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Ian Namath, and I'm the architect representing the development on the site. I wish to let you know that we have been working on the site for a considerable amount of time, and there were two schemes. An original scheme, which was to build a new building in that location, which replaced the existing building. And we actually had a building permit in place, a building permit application in place, and at the very end, we were just about to carry on with to pay for the building permit. We had a change of heart, and the owners of the building wanted to see whether we are able to get a little bit more development on the site. And we have gone down a road with a development permit now in place for a new building of 3 stories. And that has taken considerable time because there are many issues to be resolved. And I just would like, the reason for my presence here is to dispel the perception that nothing is happening. In fact, quite a lot is happening behind the scenes. And we are at the point now, after working with the city, working with the planning department, working with engineering, working with Parks and Recreation, working with the transportation committee or department, that we are just at the stage where we have been able to resolve most of the issues, or 99% of the issues, and the project is going to be forthcoming to the 23rd of April, that particular meeting. We are just waiting for the final report from staff to present to council at this moment. And the fact that someone or a group or somebody in the neighborhood has thought that nothing was happening and then went around and created a petition really is kind of a tragic step to have taken. We have been working with the neighborhood association and have presented them on 2 or 3 occasions and met with them, and they are fully aware of what we are doing and are totally supportive of what we are proposing. The building meets all of the new standards, of course, and we are including in the new development many assets that the neighborhood will be very proud of. I don't want to get into, naming all of those things, but it'll be a vast improvement to the building site and the building context and the building location. We are totally aware how valuable that site is in terms of the beach and in terms of the community aspect of that, where that building is located and what it stands for and the purposes that will be used, the building use in that location. And I think everyone is waiting to have this building happen. The owners have been incredibly patient and at great expense have been going through this very long, complicated process to get this done. And by no means should the neighborhood, which is not representative of the entire neighborhood, they should not be having a perception that nothing is happening. We would like the council to not take any drastic sort of steps at this moment, because you're about to get something very good and very valuable for the whole neighborhood.
Thank you. Questions from Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I'm excited for something that's really good for the neighborhood. They deserve it. My question, though, is if it's going to be really good, your building right now is really ugly. It's going to be demolished no matter what. In order for you to make it really good, I can't see you keeping that structure the way it is. So why aren't you demolishing it?
Because can I answer immediately?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, it's a question to you, sir.
Okay, one of the conditions under the density amenity process that we're going through is that part of the materials portion of of the Schedule D in your current zoning is that we save and reuse a certain percentage of the materials in the building so that we can use those materials in the new construction. We still would like to do that. If we don't do that, we will lose points in the point system that is set up under Schedule D. To make it easier, it is much easier to leave all those materials standing there so that everybody can work on the building in a competent way and protect the materials that we want to salvage from the building. Pulling it down is not going to serve any particular purpose at this time. We will end up with a vacant lot. But in any case, we have to fence the property and get on with demolition at the right time. And we want to do that in a logical order and logical sequence. If we go on the sequence of the process right now, we can see construction starting around about September of this year. We have to go through the development permit process, and we have to then get into engineering and create all of the construction documents, and then apply for a building permit, submit that. That'll take some time. So we're looking at a few months between now and then, but it is possible to see construction starting in September.
So again, when are you going to demolish the building?
We will demolish the building at the right time, just before we start construction, because we need to use contractors and have the right kind of people there at the right time. We don't want to have the materials stored somewhere else and so on. And I don't see what the hurry is to have the building demolished. The building is perfectly fine. In fact, I might remind you that we can, in fact, refurbish the building exactly as is, after going through all of the building permit requirements, of course, to make sure that the building will stand up. And we can reuse the building as is. So,
in our report here, it says that if it exceeds 75% of the building, the value of the building, it would have to be repaired in full compliance with current building standards.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and that was your original plan for something that was great, to repair that building to current standards?
I'm just.
Well, we understand that, and this is the question I'm asking. You've come before council with two sets of different drawings. I think you presented that to the media. First, a two-story.
We haven't been before council.
Not before, but in the media. I think it's already in the media, and Design Advisory has seen it.
That's right.
And then a third one. But the question for us is, why hasn't anything been done? I think is what the neighbors want to know. And I think they were very excited for your plans. Don't get us wrong. I think it's going to be great. Why is it taking it so long is where the neighbors were concerned.
Well, the process is quite complicated, and it is not a 5-minute process. We have been through the system, the process of getting a development permit. It is the context of the building requires a lot of things to be done to please everybody. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to establish a building of very good quality here.
Okay,
and I don't think that the city needs to get into a mindset of just because a few people decided on their own that this is an eyesore, that we should take it down. Like, I don't see the necessity to act in that kind of haste at the moment. And I don't want to get on about, any of the issues that have gone on in the meantime. I think that's a separate issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
You, Mr. Namath, you said that you've been working... okay. This is my fault. I'm sorry. You said you've been working with the Neighborhood Association and that they're in complete support of this?
Yes.
They haven't been asking you to tear the building down?
No.
No? Thank you. And that's the neighborhood.
Actually, I believe they have written a letter in support of the new concept.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
There have been concerns raised to this council as well as bylaws, et cetera, about the building being left in haphazard condition with some serious potential for harm to people going through there, rats, graffiti. It is an eyesore. Would you agree that it's an eyesore? It's been there for 4 years?
I do not believe it's an eyesore.
A burnt-out building with all the graffiti?
There was some graffiti on the building, and I think it's an eyesore now because it's been painted over and it looks even worse than the graffiti. But again, that's a matter of aesthetics and a matter of judgment.
Okay, but you do understand it's more than just the neighborhood that's complained about the building. Like, people drive by there's complaints, there's concerns about rats in the area because of the garbage. There was garbage cleanup, I believe, done. Perhaps we could have Chief Fry give us that update. Thanks, Chief Fry.
Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I believe that there was first notification in May of 2017 with bylaws to the property owners and again in September to clean up the property and to remove the graffiti, and that wasn't done. So approximately 3 to 4 weeks ago now, just prior to the last delegation coming forward to council, the city went ahead with a contractor and had the property cleaned up, and the graffiti has recently been painted over once the snow had melted and the rain had stopped.
So you can understand our concern that this has come forward to us September, May, it just continues, and the city actually had to take action to get something done.
Yeah, I understand your concern, yes.
Thank you.
And that we are working to get to a proper solution here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nyman, I heard you say that construction of this new build, whatever the new build is, 2 stories, 3 stories, commercial, residential, combination thereof, could commence as early as September.
Yes.
But there's not an active development permit.
Sorry, what?
There's not an active development permit been submitted?
Yes, there is.
And how far then is the development permit away from being approved? 2 weeks, a week, a month?
Your Worship, I'd say tentatively we have it on your next agenda, which is the end of April.
End of April, so 4 weeks, and then a building permit somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks?
We do not have an active building permit application at this point, but once that application's been submitted, that's correct, sort of a 6 weeks time frame minimum.
Which would likely come after the development permit was closed?
That's up to the applicant. They can run concurrently, but typically they come after the development permit.
So we're talking 10 to 12 weeks to get a building permit, and then so 12 weeks, we're April, May, June, so July and August, you believe you'll be able to demolish the building because it's 75% plus damaged by fire, and demolish it and be able to commence construction with a general contractor in September. Is that what I'm hearing you tell me?
That's what I said, yes. Mm-hmm.
So this is one of those cases for me that if it's not September, then what happens?
Well, it will. I mean, I don't want to reiterate what I said. I don't think the owners are sitting around trying to make this process be any longer than it has been. They are absolutely anxious to get this moving. They do not want any more delays. They actually created a part of this problem by having me redesign the building during the process, and that is what's caused a time delay. So we're at the stage now, we're at the 11th hour before this building actually gets approved through the development permit process.
Thank you. And I appreciate that no owner that wants to get going wants any more delays, but this has been, we're nearing 5 years since the building burnt.
It was in...
And stuff has expired.
The actual date of the fire was October 2013.
2013. So it's 5 years. So if it was just recent, within 2 years, 24 months, 36 months, it might be, oh, okay. But here we are, 60 months later, trying to go, come on, we really need something to happen on that site sooner rather than later. So I'm hearing you say, and I'll take you at your word, that this project will commence in September. I take you at your word. Thank you.
I am sure you are well aware of the complications dealing with the insurance, and the initial go-around with the insurance, when we were trying to decide whether the building should come down, whether we should replace it completely or just fix the building, took at least almost 2 years, or if not more than 2 years. So
75% burnt out.
No, the building is not 75% burnt out. It is not.
75% of its assessed value above the foundations.
I can assure you the damaged portion of the building, which is in the middle of the building, is no more than 25 feet wide, and there are about 4 trusses that are damaged, and some flooring. It is.
Okay, thank you.
It is a little bit. I don't want to use the word misrepresented, but I'll say the perception is that the building is ready to fall down, but it's not.
Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Fuller.
This isn't for the delegation. I'd actually like to move on, and I would make the motion that council receive the report. If we're done with the delegation, I'll make the motion to move.
We are. Thank you, sir.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to receive the report dated 2018, March 19. Any further discussions? Seeing none, call the question. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, public safety. Ms. Karen Fry, Chief Fry, update from Council's motion of 2018 March 12. You did not receive the report in your package. It was handed out separately this afternoon. Does everybody have it? It's titled School Board Safety Meeting.
Do the delegations come first or
Go ahead.
Do I present before the delegations come?
Yes.
Okay. So this was at the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. Council directed staff to go back and to meet with school board staff and any relevant third parties to discuss Needles cleanup roles, responsibilities, and security this week, so that was Monday, and have that report back to Legislative Services by Friday, and return to Council with feedback during the next regular scheduled Council meeting. It was estimated to be about a paragraph in length. As you can see, we have 4 pages here. And just to speak to the question that came up earlier about speaking with other third-party representatives, specifically the group Solid, they were contacted, and they did have a meeting scheduled with parks managers, and they didn't show up. So it wasn't that we didn't make an attempt to involve other third parties. That was made by staff. So the options before you, really, and I think it was indicated in the meeting that maybe city staff and school board hadn't been meeting, and it's quite the opposite. Regularly, our Parks Department, our bylaws staff, RCMP, and the school board have been meeting quite regularly, specifically to deal with the Pauline Harris School, Comox Park, and other areas. And we also have another working group with city staff. We meet weekly on Monday mornings to talk about hotspot areas and what we can do with needle pickups and safe and security issues around the city and in our public areas. So I'll paraphrase this a little bit since you just received this report. So as we know, Pauline Harris, we had the principal was also at the meeting with us, and the RCMP and school board representatives. And there's talk from the school board that while they are funding nighttime security from midnight until 8 a.m. at the school, the cost of it was not budgeted for, and their budget cycle runs from, I believe it's July to June, so it will be going to budget and asking for more money for next year. And in the meantime, they need to cut back on that, modify it, not stop it completely, but they are looking for partners in it. And they are currently not patrolling Comox Park, just doing a static guard service at the school itself. So as part of the current status, again, they have a static guard. It's costing them approximately $4,800 a month, and they're looking at either modifying that or partnering with the city. The school staff do pick up needles, and they don't just do it on the school property. They do go down to the Comox Park if they get complaints, and they will clean up other mess. They do know to call the Parks Department, but sometimes they go down and pick it up themselves as well. We do have regular patrols that go down. We have bylaws officers that report there as well every day. They've also been told, we had questioned them as to opportunities for the teachers to go into the park and pick up needles, and they have been directed not to engage with the individuals that they run up against in the park, because some of them have been threatened in the past, as you can see. Over the winter time, the city park staff have also been sweeping Comox Park. They spend about 3.5 hours a day and hitting 10 to 12 different hotspots within the city. So they hit Comox Park twice. They do a thorough sweep first thing in the morning and then hit other city facilities, including Sark, Nob Hill, Maffeo Sutton, and all of those other areas, just to deal with the kind of increased issues related to garbage and needles. And as we heard the last time, that these city park staff now that it's summertime or springtime, will be reassigned generally that's intention to do their other duties, which Mr. Britton can talk about. That include grass cutting, edging, parks maintenance. The RCMP also do patrol Comox Park on the weekends when they're doing the bar patrol, because again, it is a hotspot area, so they will ride through there and ask people to leave if they find people there after hours. So the options, I guess, going forward are, when council asked us for, what some of the options are, the option one would be to partner with the school on a static guard service. Some of the implications on that are, it's a static guard service, and it's basically overnight from midnight until 8 a.m. And that would probably fill the need of the delegation's concerns that you've heard. It may then result in other people wanting similar type of responses or security services provided by the city in all parks. Maybe Maffeo Sutton then might come up as an option in the future. It does fill one of the strategic priorities on social equity. And if council decided not to go that, you have approved tonight increased enhanced security in the downtown core. And that could potentially be one of the options if council wants to redirect what the recommendations are and have those security guards stop by Comox Park twice a night, and perhaps twice during the daytime as well, and ask people to leave. But as we know, and similar to what we see from the security reports right now, when they've asked people to leave in the parkades, they go back to the same parkade 2 hours later and the individuals are back there. So they either wait for them to come or wait for them to go. So that's kind of the two options there. And then again, as far as the cleaning up of the parks and who's doing it, and we heard again tonight, we could potentially require John Howard, but this park, from what we're understanding, is needing daily cleanup. Daily, we're finding needles in the Comox Park and in that area. And so we have options and requests from our Parks Department, which Mr. Britton again can speak to add temporary staffing for the summer months until those groundskeepers are free again to go back onto their patrols. And it would also provide an extra sanitation worker to help in the downtown street areas from 4:30 to 8:30 at night, emptying the extra garbage cans that we see in through the summer months in the downtown area. Or council can direct staff. You kind of have 4 options here. Council can direct staff to focus on cleaning the parks and the needles, continuing the job that they're doing, and not use those 2 people to maintain the grass cutting this year as well. So with that, that's kind of the report, and I'll leave that with you. And if you have any other questions, Mr. Britton's here with me as well.
Okay, thank you. So we do need to let the speakers come forward. First one is Allison Evans.
Hi, thank you for having me again. Thank you for making such a thorough report and investigation into this, and thank you, Councillor Beswick, for pushing for that last week, because that really, I think, goes a long way into you guys making a decision on this. I'm really not here to say too much tonight. I think you guys all know what I feel and all the points I've brought forward. One of the things I did want to mention is that I know that you only keep seeing me here, right? Sorry, I'm freezing. And I just want to make sure that you know that it's not just me, right? I get, in the last 3 months, probably well over 100 private messages on Facebook and through people I know and that I don't know. Most of them I don't know, encouraging me and asking me not to give up. Because there's lots of times when I did want to not keep coming here and bugging you guys. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that as you were mentioning Maffeo, Sutton Park, and other parks that have these issues, the difference I feel in those parks and Comox Park is that the users of those parks, they use it at their own discretion. They choose to use it or they don't, based on what it is at the moment, right? The kids at Pauline Hare do not have another playground. So they're forced to use Comox Park, whether we want it or not, right? And I think, as you've been told in your report and countless other things, there are aggressive people on this property and garbage, and I could tell you countless stories of little kids having seen things that are inappropriate. As I said last time I was here, that children should have a place that's a sanctuary for them to learn. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bestwick.
I'm not for the delegation.
Okay, Councillor Fuller for the delegation.
Just a quick question. When do the kids use the park? Like, what times of the day? Is it at recess and at lunchtime, or is it throughout the day, or how does that work? Just curious.
To my knowledge, they use the park at recess and lunch, and I don't know if sometimes people go out. I would assume that you wouldn't want to probably go out to the field too much, given the situation, so I don't know how much teachers use it.
Yeah, the reason I asked that was because if we do get some people in to clean up, it might be nice if they focused half an hour before recess, and same with lunch, so that those areas are covered and clean when they do come out. So
yeah, that's
just
probably
curious.
a really good idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No further questions. Next delegation is Domenico, Yanad, and Hardo.
All right. Evening, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm not Ellison Evans, and I'm here to talk about that proposal and the report that we just heard. So I've just heard that report for the first time, but I thought I'd take a minute and just go through a simple story and a simple offer and a simple request. It's clear that this city is taking some leadership in pursuing the keeping of children safe while they learn at school. So I salute you for that. It's clear that no single organization can take care of it on its own. And on behalf of my family, I express my gratitude, and on behalf of other families that consider the safety and security of children as a priority, I'm sure they would agree. So Nanaimo's a great city, and allow me to recount some basic facts about this assertion. It's been around on Indigenous maps forever with Snuneymuxw. It's been around for over a couple hundred years on European maps. It's persevered through world wars, Great Depressions, Great Recessions, and its economy has shifted multiple times since the days of coal. Its motto today remains faith and labor, and its website homepage says Nanaimo is a vibrant urban center found on the east side of beautiful Vancouver Island, where an abundance of recreation and cultural opportunities exist, giving residents a lifestyle second to none for living, working, and playing. No dispute there. Moreover, all can agree that throughout history, any society typically succeeds where it labors to take care of its most vulnerable members. A new member to that list, a relatively new member to that list on that long timetable of history, is the dramatic increase in Nanaimo's transient population. They are vulnerable, and we do need to help them. An old member on that list of vulnerable members of our society is elementary school children. That new category of transient population in that old category of elementary school children do collide, unfortunately now, in time and space around several elementary school grounds in this great city. So I thought about what I thought about when I was in elementary school, and none of the reasons that bring me here today ever crossed my kid mind, and I'm assuming it's the same for the majority of us here tonight. We thought about recess and sports and lunch and books and friends, hot dog day, pajama day, all that good stuff. And should it be a luxury for children to go through elementary school in 2018 and not be regularly reminded about what a syringe looks like and to immediately tell an adult? So based on that new information, I salute Council and the City of Nanaimo here again tonight for its leadership in coordinating with other parties about how to manage these two vulnerable groups of transient population and elementary school children. And I know you are working to make sure it's served best by society. I put to you that neither of these two vulnerable groups is either to help each other directly. An elementary school student has no natural obligation in society to help transient population, and a transient person may care deeply about children, but may not be able to ensure that their activities and playgrounds don't interfere with society's natural obligation to provide a safe place for children to learn. So my simple offer is that if there's anything else I can do personally to let me know as you proceed and continue to improve through this tough situation. And as a parent of elementary school children, my simple request is that you continue all your current efforts to balance the limited resources that you do have to ensure that the broad obligations of society are kept away from the growing minds and bodies of children. Thanks very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. No questions for you, sir. Council, we need a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock, and if I could ask Council to provide some guidance as to how long past 11 o'clock you would like to go.
How many more items on this agenda?
Councillor Fuller?
I'd make a motion to go past 11, and then once we've done that, I've actually got kind of a motion that I could make to speed up the discussion.
Beyond the hour of 11. Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kipp. All those in favor? Opposed? So Councillor Brennan opposed. Motion carries. So, Councillor Beswick.
Thank you, Ms. Fry, for your presentation, and I'm very disappointed that a delegation came there in the flesh and didn't tell the truth. So I'm extremely disappointed with that. I do hope that we don't cease the attempt now that the person has come before us and said that they weren't communicated with, and we actually did, and they chose not to attend the meeting, because they do provide a service in helping clean up, and I would not wish to see us lose whatever service it is that they provide, which might be in question now even too. I'm not sure about that. We also had a meeting in this building about 2 years ago when the city and the school board have these joint use staff meetings. And we made a request, and it was unanimously approved by the school board and the city, that minutes of all of those meetings be distributed. So if all of these meetings are taking place, which you indicated that they are, with the school board and the city, I would like that motion that we unanimously adopted provide us with the minutes of the meetings that you have indicated have taken place. That's just housekeeping for me right now. As it relates to, and Councillor Fuller said that he has a motion forthcoming, which is great, on this subject matter. And we approved approximately just south of $400,000 to the benefit of a crisis that's occurring with tents and homeless and places to go and all of that stuff. And far more articulate than I could ever possibly be was the presentation that we just received about the other end of the spectrum of the innocents, of the vulnerable that don't know. And so if we want to, for me, if we want to talk about social equity, and I said a week ago, it's just money, then we should be matching. I don't want to do nothing, because if we do it here, we might have to do it over there, and oh my God. Well, okay, well, good. That's a good thing. Maybe we can stop this from happening. Maybe we won't have to have as much security because we've moved people along. And security might not be warranted or required somewhere else to the degree that we did this pilot project at Comox. So we should be matching funds. Match the funds. 400 grand for that, 400 grand for that. It's just money. When we talk about Comox Road Park, it's a public park and a school park and beyond. Are we still programming Comox Road Park for summer activities as a city?
I don't believe Comox is on the list for this year at this time. They do have a tendency of rotating them around from year to year. I'd have to get back to you on that because I don't have that answer for you at this point.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So if we were programming that space for summer activities, I'd even be more insistent that we match it. If it's just for the public to go in there and enjoy a swing or slide or run around the park with a kite, I still think we should match it. Because if we don't attack the problem at the root, and this is one of the root problems, then we'll just throw our hands up in the air and say, well, we tried our best. If two people are out trimming, hedging, cutting lawns, whatever, I'd like to see us spend the first 4 hours of the day doing Comox Road, and then the other 4 hours of the day go out and do what they would be doing starting at 8. Well, start at 12:30 now. Because this problem, to me, is a problem, and it's more important. Or if we have to hire for 4 months 2 more students, then hire 2 more students. 60 grand, whatever it is, hire 2 more. So we can get the grass cut too. Because I don't want to be back here in September saying, you know what, we didn't do anything from April through August because school is out. So I don't know which one of your motions or recommendations of the 4 would work for me, but I'll let other people speak to what they suggest, and if it just costs money, it's just money.
Sorry, Chair. Yes. If possible, could I clarify or have council clarify with Chief Fry that I believe she wants all 4 recommendations? No, or just the 2 on the front page?
Chief Fry?
Yeah, it's just the 2 on the front page are the ones those are the more fulsome recommendations, and if council really felt uncomfortable, which I'm hearing from Councillor Bestwick isn't, then there were a couple other alternatives down there, but it is the 2 on the front page.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller?
And I would be willing to move both on the front page with the suggestion that number 2 be amended to focus on the times before school, before recess, before lunch, and before any events in that park during the summer. And that's the only thing I would add to number 2. Otherwise, I'd like to move 1 and 2 as amended.
We have a seconder?
Well, I'm going to second it.
Yeah.
Councillor Fuller, you want anything further?
No, I think it's clear.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. So I need some clarification through you to Chief Fry on the recommendations. Number 2, Council directs staff to add funding for temporary seasonal workers to conduct park sweeps, etc. Does that refer to all city parks, or are we just talking Comox Road here?
No, that's a majority of the hotspot area, so it will primarily focus on Comox Park, but also do the City Hall parks, Maffeo, Sutton, Nob Hill.
The 10 hotspots.
The 10 hotspots that we are finding the majority of the garbage, and that can always switch if people move along and there is another area. So if all of a sudden people they're not finding anything around the City Hall gardens, but in another location, they will move to that as well.
All right, thank you. So if I may, then a couple of comments. I'll support those recommendations. The reason I asked about number 2, I think it's important that we apply improved standards to all of the hotspots, because there are youth that use many other of our city parks, as you well know. And I don't want any change in our resources applied only to one area. I would like to further comment when I look at your report on the current status of resources. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in the lack of support I seem to sense from the school district. And I'm sorry to have to say that, but I see reference to our CMP doing scans of the park, bylaw staff walking through the park, city park staff being reassigned, city park staff sweeping Comox Road Park, and so on. And I see at the top bullet from the school district, well, it costs $4,800 a month and it's not budgeted or sustainable, and they're going to be reducing it. And to me, that's not satisfactory. It's partly our problem because it's a city park, but it's a school district problem because they use it as a playground. And maybe they don't have a choice, but they do use it as a playground, and they have to take their share of responsibility. So that's my little rant. So I'm quite happy to support a cost sharing, which your recommendation does suggest in point number 1. But I think that's very important, and the school district has a big part to play in maintaining the standards that we expect for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Just for some clarification on point number 2 for the $45,000. Currently, Mr. Britton, you said 3.5 hours a day. Is that what your park staff spend?
Yes, currently when my staff go out in the morning, they can be anywhere from an hour and a half to 3 hours a day, depending on the workload of how many needles they are finding at the time.
Okay, so $45,000, is that from, I guess, April to October? 'Cause I think that's the time that you said you need filled because of the park cutting?
That would be from during the 18 weeks that gives us basically the summer months, April to the end of October. Then I'll be able to free my staff up right now. They're doing the sweeps to continue on for the winter months.
Okay, great. And then, so this $45,000, is this for, I'm just trying to do the math, at 3.5 hours is what they spend. One person spends that, or a whole bunch of people? Are we hiring one temporary person? Are we hiring two?
So this is 1.5, one equivalent to 1.5
full-time
FTEs or whatever you want to call it. Basically, the full-time, the 8-hour, we'll call it 8-hour day person would be working from the park shed doing that, doing the stuff that we talked about. Not only would they be doing the sweeps, they would be helping look after graffiti. They would be helping look after picking up trash that the homeless leave behind that we're currently calling out contractors to maintain. Lots of times I will have staff at the end of the day, like my custodial staff will go home, and I'll get calls for cleanup for feces, vomit, more needles found wherever. They'll be able to address those situations. The key purpose, though, is looking after the safety of the sweeps of the downtown area is the key focus on this.
Great.
So then what the other half would do is Public Works has asked me to join in with them and have a half-time person go from the time that they turn off to another 4 hours so that they can look after the needle, like the needle drop boxes that are being filled up that need to be emptied, helping with the overflow of the downtown trash that in after hours get filled up all the time. Ms. Davis and I have got together and discussed a plan in which would cover basically a 16-hour, what's that, 8 and 4, 12 hours in a day.
Great, thank you. And that was the one question I wanted to know about with regards to the garbage, because I think we've said that we're going to increase the amount of garbage cans that we're going to add to the downtown. So the question was this person going to be picking up? Was it Parks or was it somebody else that was doing this? So it's going to be Parks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you. The recommendation that's on the floor right now that's been moved and seconded is for 1 and 2. So it doesn't include the $45,000 for number 3. So,
Sorry, Councillor Bestwick. I know it says 1 and 2, but those are 2 recommendations, but it's actually 1 and 3 is listed as option 1 and 3. My apology.
So if we approve this, we get 1, 2, and 3?
No, you get 1 and 3.
So then we wouldn't be expanding the day and night security contract to include Comox Park, minimum 2 times a day and 2 night patrols?
We can definitely do that. Council has addressed that, so that does make sense. So yes, we will ask them or require that of those officers as well. That makes sense.
Okay, so if I put my hand up for 1 and 2, I get 1, 2, and 3. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Your Worship.
Because I want 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
hearing what Council says
Councillor.
and what Chief Fry is saying, I would suggest the mover, Councillor Fuller, and you as a seconder, amend it to be 1, 2, and 3, just so we're clear. Because Chief Fry is saying that number 2 on page 3 of the report is actually doable, and there doesn't seem to be money involved in that one.
But it's irrelevant to me whether, frankly, I'm just trying to follow the bouncing ball. So if we say 1 and 2, then it's 1 and 2. If we say 1 and 3, but 2 is free, then it's 1, 2, and 3.
No, I suggest that you amend it. If the mover and seconder are amenable to say that you're approving 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
I apologize. That was my mistake in haste in trying to complete the report in a timely manner.
No apologies are required. Right? So I'm in 100% support of approving options 1, 2, and 3.
Perfect.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, the only reason I mentioned the other stuff is because when scheduling these things, sometimes folks set up a schedule and they work to that schedule only, and I think the schedule that gets set up should be around those times before the kids are going to be out of school, and using that park more often than not. That's the only reason I added those as a focus. It doesn't not include all of the other stuff they're doing. It's just setting up your schedule around those times and then heading out, doing another one, come back, blah, blah, blah.
Thank you. I'm going to call a question. Pardon me?
No, it's okay. We were agreeing.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Highway closure and dedication removal bylaw 2018, number 7258.
Move the motion. Highway closure dedication removal bylaw.
Pardon me, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong, as the acting mayor.
Motion that the highway closure and dedication removal bylaw 2018 number 7258 to provide for highway closure and dedication removal of a portion of Battle Road adjacent to Levitt Road, Roberta Road East, past third reading.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, cross connection control bylaw number 7249. While we have a delegation for this item, this is here. We are here tonight for adoption, so there's no debate on adoption. Mr. Cake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this as quick as I can. I know we're all tired. My name is Leon Cake, 936 Schooner Way. As everyone knows, I sit on the Public Works Engineering Committee. On July 12th, we had a meeting in regards to this bylaw and the beginning of the wording of the bylaw. And just for the record, in the minutes, I opposed the meeting from the information that we had. Didn't oppose the bylaw in the sense of getting backflow protected in the city, but I opposed the fact that we're doing nothing for residential backflow in the city now. This is the Public Works report that you received, and then there's a staff report and recommendation. I just want to quickly hand this out. You can just pass it around. I wasn't sure I sent one to the department that you would send your submittal in. I don't know if it got to you or not. So just quickly, I'm totally in support of the bylaw. But what I would like the city to do is consider the words I'm going to share with you in regards to residential backflow. We are the only municipality on Vancouver Island that has not got a residential backflow program, installation-wise. And we've had this discussion. I was not able to make the meeting that you had. I watched the video and I watched the discussion that you had. And the comment I would like to make is that in just listening to the video, there was a discussion about maybe in 5 to 10 years looking at maybe implementing this program. So the program basically is this picture right here. This is what every municipality in Vancouver Island Regional District, Water District, has implemented into their beginning of their lot servicing. This is what they call a double-checked meter setter. The meter goes inside the setter itself, and there's a dual cartridge check. Looks like this. This is an inline one. And now you have residential backflow. Very, very economical, complete installation. As we stand right now in the city, we just put a curb stop in. We don't do anything for residential backflow. After listening tonight to all the different discussions on protecting the community, protecting kids, well, we're not doing anything for the residents, with not having residential backflow. When you look at the specifications you have right now, we just have a lot with a curb stop. If we were to wait 5 to 10 years to implement a cross-connection control installation, we would have to pay for all those installations in the next 5 to 10 years when we go to a program where we say, okay, finally we're going to have cross-contamination residentially done in Nanaimo. Versus today, if we went and changed our specifications, like every municipality, like I said, installs this device, start tomorrow, the development of Nanaimo pays for this. Not us here in 5 to 10 years retrofitting all these out because we're going to start the program. I have been trying for 30 years in the city of Nanaimo to get this recognized. So this is the last kick at the cat for me, because this bylaw that you're going to pass tonight, I really believe it needs to have an amendment made before it passes, that we put residential cross-connection as a priority. We identified the commercials, the schools, but we're not identifying 80,000 connections. Maybe in 5 to 10 years. Well, the cost to retrofit in 5 to 10 years from all the installations that we're going to allow to be installed, in my opinion, the wrong way, and I'm not the expert on it, but I can tell you, every municipality, every water district, every regional district has this system in. The regional district in Nanaimo has been installing this for 25 years. They've had a cross-contamination program in for 25 years. We need to start this tomorrow. We are lagging behind on protecting the residential cross-contamination. And I'll just refer to an article, and this will be the last time I ever speak to this. This is the Oak Tree Manor. And this went back and forth for many, many, many years, to the point where Murray Sexton from VHA got involved on his explanation of this situation. And I'm just going to quote his words. The degree of hazard would be considered below minor, but not at a level where no protection is considered acceptable. Now, this is what's important in his language of his email. The location of a building can play a role in the frequency of negative pressure events that could cause backflow and activate cross connections, through which pollutants or contaminants could enter the potable water system. For example, a building located at the highest point in the water system, Oak Tree Manor, the highest point of the water system, and at the lowest system pressure. So I open a valve or a fire hydrant, we have a water main break, that's the lowest pressure point. could be subject to a negative pressure events when high system demands, water main breaks, or fire flows prevent water from reaching the building. He made no attempt to consider the location of the complex in his review. So when this was being identified as a minor cross-contamination, in his own words, he made no attempt to consider where this location was. So it was like saying, it's a minor situation, but I'm not going to address the fact that it's the highest point. So for 5 to 6 years, this cross-contamination that existed, I had to spend many hours with Council Kip, probably beating a dead horse, but it was finally addressed and fixed. We need to look at residential in this bylaw, because if you pass it tonight, I support Bill and what but it's 5 to 10 years down the road. Why? Why would we not want to start today? And it's just a bylaw being passed. We put it as a mandate. We change our specifications to what everybody else is doing, and we're protecting the citizens. That's the only point I got. So you pass the bylaw, or you amend the bylaw, and you make residential in the language, put that in the body of the language of the bylaw that's going to be passed, and let's get residential going. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Just a question to staff. In the building codes, with hose bibs and so on and so forth, doesn't the building code say that we have to, on new builds, have backflow prevention regardless?
Your Worship, not generally just for a single-family home. If there are components such as an in-ground sprinkler system, then that portion would have to have backflow, but not for a home on its own.
Thank you. So the delegation makes sense to me that there's 30 or 40,000 homes times however many taps and the various things there are that we should change bylaw, get started.
Your Worship, if I may just comment, the bylaw in front of you doesn't contemplate one way or land use or another. It just contemplates preventing cross-connection control regardless of land use. The information that the delegation just passed around really speaks to the engineering standards and how services would be installed. Cross-connection would be implemented in a priority basis and on a hazard sort of rated basis, the high hazards first. Not to say we wouldn't include this in our engineering standards, so as Mr. Cakes points out, that it gets built and incorporated into development standards today. When I referred in my previous presentation to 5 or 10 years, that was referring to a meter change-out program. So Nanaimo is one of the first municipalities in British Columbia, in fact, that was metered. And that was over 40 years ago, or about 40 years ago, I should say. It was 100% metered. This kind of thing didn't exist at that point in time. And so we've been sort of frozen at that 40-year-old sort of standard. Rolling out a new metering program will update not only the meter standards citywide, but also the opportunity for residential cross-connection using a standard similar to this. So just wanted to make that distinction, so I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. Yes, a house as an individual is less risk than a multi-unit or a commercial. But the idea is the number of services we have are residential. So that compounds in risk management. It's like, we can get impacted by a fire if there's a tree, but there's trees everywhere. But it doesn't matter, one tree isn't an impact, but 100 trees are an impact. So your risk assessment to me is flawed. It's just flawed when you don't use the number of times that a risk could happen. So you have the consequence and the probability of the consequence. So any risk management, when there's a higher number, increases the higher probability I don't think you guys understood that when you did this and just picked out of the book, oh, well, a residence is low risk and a commercial. You didn't really do a risk assessment. I'm sorry. So this is 20 years behind most communities. Brought it up since 2009. It's taken forever. It's based on our flawed water audit and our flawed metering process. So I can't support just the way it's been presented and written is flawed. So I just can't support it. Thank you. And I'll question the risk assessment by putting together some figures just so I have it in my brain so it is correct. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. So I certainly will support it. Yes, we're behind other communities, and this is important, and I think this is to get us going, having a cross-connection control bylaw, and then our staff can determine what are the priorities, what are the hot spots, and the order that we approach it. But let's get started, because the alternative is to do nothing. And I don't think that's a good idea to continue doing nothing. So I will support this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it. Why determine the hotspots when you can eliminate hotspots just by adding language into the bylaw? So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong. No, for the reading of the motion.
I read it, but I'll read it again. Motion that cross-connection bylaw 2018, number 7249, to operate and maintain a municipal water system cross-connection control program be adopted.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Show Councillor Fuller and Councillor Kipp opposed. Motion carries. You have on page 184 your bylaw status sheet for information only. You also have correspondence not related to a report on council, or to council, pardon me. This will be the first part of the information package going to the community with respect to the rapid response to homelessness initiative by the province of British Columbia. You will find there the two letters, one from myself and City of Nanaimo to the minister, and the second one is the minister's response with respect to modular housing. Other business. Proposed resolution for the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities. To be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
So, Your Worship, this is in response to a request that we received from Council. I believe it was your last Council meeting at a time when we were having a discussion about parks DCCs. So we've drafted for you a resolution that we're proposing, if endorsed by Council, would be forwarded to AVICC.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, Mr. Lindsay, if it's possible for the delegates going to AVICC, if we can get the backgrounder on this, so that when we get up to the pro mic at convention, that we can speak to the subject.
Yeah. Your Worship, we will do that as part of the package that goes to AVICC. Requires that backgrounder when we submit this, so that will be done. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, question period.
Motion adjourned.
Just a moment. Hang on.
Sorry, Your Worship, there was nothing on the list that
Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries.